So, we are live. Welcome, everybody, on this very rainy and warm Friday night. While I make sure that my water is filled, because I'm going to need that tonight. I hope everybody's doing well. It has been a very busy week for me. Hi, SSLX. Nice of you to join. Okay. Where do we start? I think we're actually going to start with just navigating to... Why is it not auto-completing? Not GitLab. GitHub. That's why. So this has been the thing that I've been working on most this week. Come on. Just load it. Is our configurable actions PR on our OpenXR plugin, which is now pretty much in a state where I'm about to merge everything. There's a few small things that hi Devane, a happy Chinese New Year to you as well. Had a wonderful little dinner with the family. That was really nice. My wife is Chinese, so that's how come that we celebrate Chinese Christmas every year. Action sets, yes. So when we're looking at action sets in OpenXR, which is heavily based on the action sets system in OpenVR, that is the only way to interact with controllers in OpenXR. So for the current plugin that we have implemented a way that you can set up the action sets through a JSON file, sort of mimicking what OpenVR does, with the only difference that the while this is still compiling, is it safe? No, let's leave that compiling. I'll open it up in a minute. So we store the action sets inside of the scene file at this point in time. So that's the way that we have done it in Godot 3 for the plugin. The moment that the plugin initializes, it takes that action set JSON, parses it, creates all the actions in OpenXR, and boots up the system. And hopefully everything will work after that. And it's currently targeted at sort of like a compatibility layer with the way that Godot 3 currently does VR. So the way that controllers are currently implemented in VR with the AR/VR controller node that sends out all the signals when buttons are pressed and lets you obtain the axis values of the the joystick components on the controllers. So it's like a compatibility layer. It translates all the actions coming from OpenXR to the way that Godot works. Now, I'm still working, because you can define your own actions. You just can't use them yet at this point in time. I am planning to do a little bit more work to make that possible, so that, kind of like what I've done with the OpenVR plugin, that you'll have some components that you can put in that will capture those actions, and you can react to them, and thus start doing things in the proper way. But for Godot 4, we're actually planning to use Godot's input map to superimpose on top of the OpenXR actions. The OpenXR action structure in OpenXR is very similar to how Godot's input map works. The only core difference is that in OpenXR, you define what your actions are in your game. That bit is the same. And then you provide mappings that are defaults. So the mappings that you provide aren't set in stone. They're the suggested bindings that you think are right for your game, where you say, this is how I want it bound if I'm using touch controllers. This is how I want it bound if I'm using index controllers. This is how I want it bound if I'm using Vive controllers. The idea in OpenXR, similar to OpenVR, is that if the player does not like your bindings, they can go into Steam VR, or they can go into the Oculus Runtime, or they can go into whatever OpenXR runtime that they are running. They might be using a new VR headset that we don't know about yet, that's not even using any of the SDKs. It might be using its own OpenXR runtime. then they can adjust those bindings in that runtime. So yeah, that's a little bit of a departure of what we're used to in Godot, where obviously Godot allows you to change the bindings on the fly. You can just update the input map as you see fit in your own game. You can present the user with your own input mapping interface. So with OpenXR, it's really like, you know, the approach that they've taken is the developer decides what the defaults are, and then your game doesn't really need to care anymore. Your game has defined what actions there are. The game has defined what the default way of working is, and it now hands the responsibility over to the OpenXR runtime for, you know, allowing the player to change their bindings. And the reasoning behind that also is that if someone, for instance, is left-handed instead of right-handed, they might have certain bindings swapped, and they just have that as a default setting, and it just applies, that sort of thing. Hi, Declan. Hi, Rahul. Nice of you all to join again. Excuse me. So yeah, in Godot 4, we are planning to add events specific for VR to the input map, so that you can say if there is a cannot open tools. Is it still running? Try it again. That should not be still running. All right. Let's see if that fails again. Ha! Hey, Godzilla, how you going? I'm doing fine, thanks. Yeah, it says they can't overwrite the executable, which it usually does if Godot is still running. I can quickly have a look and see. Is there still a Godot up and running in the background somewhere? I don't think so. Anyway, let's just see if I can manually get rid of that. That is really weird. Let's just retry this. Oh. You know what? This usually does work. Yeah, that's the way around it. So I guess there's still a crashed Godot running around in memory somewhere. It should be in my task manager then, though. You would think. Interesting. Maybe it's time to restart my computer, but I'll do that another day. Anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, so the idea at this point in time is to have a new VR-based input event which maps a specific controller to an action. That way we can complete the input map with all the bindings for the different VR controllers, and we can push that information out to OpenXR, and OpenXR is going to be happy. If you're not using OpenXR, but say you're using the Oculus Quest plugin, which doesn't have action bindings, the idea is to actually support the new VR events and leave it up to Godot to do its normal mapping stuff. And hopefully that will, you know, that'll be a best of both worlds situation where if you're using OpenXR, we just leave it up to OpenXR to do all the action handling, and we just receive the actions and send out the actions as signals, and make sure that the action system has all its variables updated. But if it's coming from any of the other ones that do not have an action map, we'll just make the plugins emit VR events or input events, and you know, Godot just does its thing as it's always done with all the different sort of inputs. So that's the idea for Godot 4. For Godot 3, we just have, actually I can quickly open it up. My headset is lying around somewhere over there, so if I just run the demo at this point in time. There we go. So I've actually increased the demo a little bit, so we now have our teleport and movement functions in there. I've got a little screen where you can press a button just to show how that works. I've also got a head. This is actually a nice trick for anybody who wants to do this sort of stuff. you can see that the meshes are called shadow head and shadow HMD. All that I've done here is I've put that into a special layer, layer number 20, which is shadows only, and I've simply configured my camera to not render that. So even if I would move this more in view, it's not going to block my view, because obviously at some point I want a proper head there. All that this is doing is making sure that I actually can see a shadow of my head. And again, you know, when you look around, you're used to seeing your own shadow. At some point I want to put a body against this as well. Now the other thing which you can see here is these ugly hands, which actually, once you start working, conform to your proper bones. There is a skeleton-based version of it, but I still have not got the hand mesh to go with it. So, well, I have it, but I can't release it yet. It's unfortunately not being open sourced yet. So once that's there, it'll be added to the plugin, and away we go. The other thing, and I'm actually planning to do this in a couple of other of the plugins as well, is that there's now a configuration node here. All that does is it loads the configuration GDNS script, and it makes it visible. So when we look at the OpenVR plugin and when we look at our Oculus plugin, they all have configuration objects just like this, but they're usually just used in script. But you can actually attach them as a script to a node and make all the properties visible in your notations or in your property inspector, which obviously makes making changes a lot easier. So there's a form factor in here where you can switch between whether it's HMD and handheld. We haven't tested the handheld version yet. I think at this point in time, the OpenXR plugin will not work in mono mode. That's still something that we need to look at. But I'm also not aware of any handheld devices that support OpenXR yet, so I can't really test it. I think Android is on its way, so there's a good likelihood that we could even do something like AR Core through that, or something like that. I'm not sure. We will see. The whole AR side of OpenXR is still sort of underutilized. But here's the JSON that I was talking about, where this is our action JSON, where we've defined all the standard actions that we need. So we got two poses, the aim pose and the grip pose. The aim pose is actually used by the AR/VR controller node. So the controller is always positioned where the aim pose is, which is really cool because in OpenVR it was kind of at the base of whatever the controller model was. And that meant that it was nicely horizontal for our touch controllers, but it was at a 45-degree angle for our Vive ones and our index controller, which always meant that you had to figure out how much to adjust it depending on which controller the user was using, or you would have it pointing the wrong way. And I think, for instance, Beat Saber has that problem, that depending on which controllers you use, they're actually off at 45 degrees. They might have fixed that by now, but I remember playing early versions of Beat Saber definitely had that problem. In OpenXR, you have that aim pose, which is always pointing out the front as the natural direction that you would be aiming at if you would hold the controller, you know, in a way that you would have a gun and it would aim down the sides of the gun. While the grip pose is actually a location which is on the grip itself. So wherever your hand is going to be holding the controller. And that can be very different from one controller to the other because that's very dependent on the shape of the controller and how you're holding the controller and that sort of thing. So it's pretty cool that they've got that division. In OpenVR, there are 5 poses. So they've actually extended these poses to a grip pose. They're equivalent to the aim pose. It's named differently, but I'm not quite sure what the name is. They have a base pose, which is at the bottom of the controller. And I can't even remember where the other 2 are. So they have quite a few more of these actions. Hi, George! And the other ones are just to identify the normal inputs that we support. So our front trigger input, our side trigger, so that's the analog versions of the triggers, and our grip. We have our little joystick input. The current version of Godot only supports 1, not 2, so that's why we only have 1 in there, which is a bit of a annoyance with the MR ones, which actually have both a joystick and a trackpad. Actually, the index controllers have that as well, so I might need to add a second entry in there so that you can switch between the two. Obviously, your AX buttons and your BY buttons. You know, your A is on one controller, your X is on the other controller, but you only have one button per controller, and that's the way that we map them. So, and then the front button, side button are the analog versions, or sorry, the binary versions of the trigger and the grip. So whether you're holding something and whether you're shooting, they just react on those. So those are the actions. And at this point in time, it doesn't make sense to add your own because there's no way to use them. But it is possible to create those. Hiya, Magnus. The same thing with the interaction profiles, where you define an interaction profile for every controller that you support. Now, all these paths are predefined by OpenXR. So, so yeah, there's a couple more that I want to add. Basically, I want to put everyone in there that that is supported. Why is that saying something? Okay. But right now, I think there's only the basic ones are in there. So simple is like a default. If it doesn't know what the controller is, then it uses a simple controller. And really, the simple controller only has the aim poses. I think there's 1 or 2 button inputs on there that I might eventually end up mapping, just in case. Yeah, basically, yeah, you map everything. So again, with this out of the box, we have all the default bindings to make the basic stuff for Godot work. But if you want to use your own actions, if you actually want to stray away from the old way of working, or once in Godot 4, I'm actually planning to let go of that and actually make the action system the main system to work with, because it's really good. If you use it properly, it is really good. But then, yeah, you define the bindings for the controllers that you're aware of, that you can support. But the nice thing about it is that if you don't have it, or if someone doesn't like your bindings, the OpenXR runtimes offer options to rebind them. Now, they're all still in beta. So SteamVR, for instance, has the interface when you're using SteamVR, but they've currently disabled the interface when you're using OpenXR. They are going to re-enable that. That's as far as I've been told, that's on the cards, because they really want to push, just like with Steam input, just with the Steam controller, they really want to push having the bindings in Steam instead of in the game, so that you can define bindings that you enjoy that will apply to multiple games. So there's some interesting stuff happening there in how they work with those. But here you can see that we've got a Microsoft Motion Controller, and then it's basically, the aim pose is based on these 2 inputs. So you obviously can use the controller both in your left hand and in your right hand. So every action that applies to both hands, you map to both. But at the same time, if you have, for instance, an action that you only want to support on the right-hand controller, if that's something you want to do, you can organize that. You can define that action and then only name the input path on one controller, and away you go. That action is only works now on one controller. So same for the Oculus Touch controller. So that one's default mapped. I've actually tried this with the Oculus runtime and the Valve runtime. We can't currently use Microsoft runtime. Obviously, you can use Microsoft headsets through OpenVR. That's fully supported, because then you're just using the Steam OpenXR runtime, which is which supports everything that Steam supports, which is really cool. But Microsoft natively, when you natively talk to the OpenXR runtime that Microsoft now has part as the operating system, as part of the Microsoft headset ecosystem, only supports DirectX, which is unfortunately something that we don't support at this point in time. So yeah, it's quite funny, because it will start up and it'll connect to it, and then it says, oh, OpenGL is not supported in this runtime, and then that's the end of it. It is high on my list to do something about that, because once we have that running, we can start targeting the HoloLens, which is a personal wish of mine. I want us to support the HoloLens at some point in time. Mapping is obviously also for the index controller. Now, the other thing which is really interesting is obviously that when you define the Oculus controller, and if Microsoft didn't if Microsoft actually supports Vulkan or OpenGL, then the same would apply to the Microsoft controllers. Those mappings obviously apply both when you are using Oculus headsets through Oculus's own OpenXR runtime, and they apply if you use your Oculus headset through SteamVR. So both ways they work. Hey Michael, how you going? We should play some Apex again soon, dude. We haven't played Apex for a little while. So yeah. What more can I can probably give a real quick demo about how this works right now. But basically, as far as I'm concerned, when we are... Well, that's going to start up everything because, of course, SteamVR isn't up and running. There we go. There goes SteamVR. Now, when it's not tracking, it does this because it actually is bouncing off the ground. Now we're tracking and we're all good. So one of the things that I actually want to change is if we don't have tracking of the headset, I actually want it to be, let's say, at 1.8 meters high instead of on the ground, because that's an annoying thing. I've only turned one controller on for now, but there it is. And here you can see my hand moving, so you can see that I can actually grab. Now that little cylinder that you see in the middle is actually showing the grip pose. The little red line is our pointer that's in our XR tools, and that is bound to the grip pose. Now you can also see that there's a bit of movement here, and that's because the poses that we're using, they're nicely smoothed. So there's some input dampening going on, but the hand tracking is actually not smooth. You can actually see that it really shakes if I shake my hand. There's no smoothing going on, and you see that there's a little discrepancy in movement there. So that's something that I need to have a look at, whether I can maybe calculate the offset between the hand origin and the grip pose, and maybe hook it up to the grip pose as a result. Or maybe it's something that that SteamVR will fix eventually. I haven't actually tried out what this does on Oculus. I think Oculus doesn't support the skeleton API yet. The other thing, of course, is I've got the direct movement on here, so I'm moving my my joystick to move around. There's nothing much in here, I think. Nope, there's nothing much in here, so I'm getting a bit dizzy. So, the other thing that I've done is, if you look at the little screen, I've got a little transparent screen here. You can see that as I'm moving my joystick around, you can see that input. If I press the buttons, you can see that the buttons are reacting. The side grip doesn't work right now because it's not mapped properly. It is mapped on the analog input. You can see that I can actually control how strongly I'm gripping. It's actually my finger movement, which is interesting. Same with the trigger, and of course, my little pointer works, so I can go and click on the button, and it counts up. So there's a few very simple things in this demo to show off how OpenXR works. If I had my other hand enabled, but it's actually currently in the charger, so I'm not going to pick that one up. But if I had my my other controller enabled, I've actually got my teleport function on that one, and we will be able to teleport around. Now, let's close that off again. Oh, look at that. I have been updated to a newer version of SteamVR. Oh, yeah, that's because I installed the beta. That's very nice. That was part of one of the problems that I almost lost a day or two on trying to debug a problem that I didn't actually have. Turned out I was on a very old build of SteamVR, because I had updated at some point in time to a development build that they shared with me to test something. And I didn't realize I had to switch back. It was my own stupid fault. And that broke something, which is really interesting. So now we're on the proper build. Everything's working. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, so Rahul, one thing that's really important to know, and I've got this in my OpenVR plugin as well. The OpenVR plugin actually has these skeleton hands as well. I have fully skinned hands, so this is, and I can actually open it just for fun. Which one is it? It's this one. So these are actually all meshes that are being positioned, and then I've got a script running which is going to update these little bones to nicely be in the right position. So that's all done with a script here. So on the root there's this OpenXR hand GDNS file. So that's logic that is happening in the plugin that is doing the positioning of all the nodes. But then there's a second script running on here that is just positioning these little bone things in between. So this is mesh based, but there is actually also an implementation. Can I see? Yeah, the skeleton GDNS file, and that works actually together with the grid pose. So this is the new OpenXR pose object, which allows you to select which one you want to have, and you can see that there's a skeleton base action there. That's actually the only action that's not a real action. That's a special defined one in the plugin that will properly place, identify what the base location of the hands are. And that works in conjunction with the skeleton GDNS file, which is actually a script on top of a Godot skeleton node. And that can animate the bones of the skeleton. And obviously you can skin that on a hand mesh, and then you can move the hand. Now in OpenVR, Steam has made a hand available with the license to use that as long as you're part of the OpenVR ecosystem. So you can use those hands in your project as long as you're deploying over SteamVR. If you can't use that if you're trying to deploy on itch or on anything else. You have to use that in combination with SteamVR. I don't know if you have to sell it through Steam, or if selling it through itch is fine, but as long as you use the OpenVR SDK. So that's a fully articulated hand with a skeleton that does it, and all the logic, the same logic that's in OpenXR, is actually also available in OpenVR. Here everything works. I just don't have the models. I don't have, and I thought of making really dinky ones. I'm not a very good modeler, but I have a set of hands that have been supplied to me, with which I've done all the testing, that work. The problem is that right now they don't have a license that allow me to deploy them. There's a couple of things that are holding it up, and it might still take a couple of months before that all works out, and it might fall through, and I might never be able to use them, in which case I will either make my own or ask or commission someone to make some and make them part of the plugin. But I'm still hoping that we can use those assets, because they are really cool. They're properly modeled by a professional. So I'm hoping that they will be made available through an open license, that everybody can use those. So yeah, and then obviously, the idea there is that everybody can use those if they just want the hands in VR, but they can also use them as a example to learn how to make their own. Modeling the hands themselves, if you're a good artist, obviously, a good 3D modeler will probably be able to make some really nice hands. It's the skeleton part that makes it difficult, because if you rotate bones in a certain way and it doesn't match up with the information coming from the OpenXR plugin, you get really weird deformations on hands, which is a lot of fun. So yeah, follow the instructions that are in the OpenXR specification for that. All right, doing it. Oh, we still got plenty of time. So yeah, so this has been the biggest part of my week, working on the OpenXR plugin, finally getting the action system up and running. Like I said, there's a couple of things that I still want to do. I still need to do haptics, which is not that hard at this point anymore. All the things are in place. I just need to add the actions and add the triggers on that, so that we can get the rumble going. The other thing that I want to do is I want to add a node, or I might do that through the configuration node and have that send out signals and saying, whenever there's an action on the hand, send the signal out, because I can't really send them through the hand controllers. So I'm not 100% sure yet how I will do that, but there has to be a way to make your own actions work. And again, with actions, it's very important to know that you have the freedom to bind an action to a hand and say, I want this hand to emit that action because it's something that this hand does. A good example is the trigger, and I want to fire a gun. If I press the left hand trigger, I want to fire the left gun. If I press the right hand trigger, I want to fire the right hand. So it's important that the hand is identified there. But there are other situations where your actions are more related to things happening around you. You're in control of a car and you want to have, your A button honk the horn. You just want to have a action say honk horn, and you don't really care whether the person has mapped that on to a button on your right controller or mapped that on the button on your left controller or mapped it to something completely different. You don't care at that point in time. So, and again, that's really where the action system of Godot also has its base, where it really says, I just want a jump action, or I want a throttle action, or I want a, beep the horn action. And that's just sent to whoever is listening to actions, and they react on it. So I'm still playing around with that, and again with Godot 3, because of the way that it's structured, there's limits to actually piggybacking on Godot's built-in action system. But with Godot 4, I really want that to be linked up. I really want to utilize that system for the VR system. All right. So that was one half of my week. Probably for me, at least, one of the most exciting parts of my week. Also because I got to work with a couple of people at Valve really directly. They've been helping out, which is really great. I didn't really have to do that. There's one Valve engineer who's here in Australia. Who has really taken a liking of Godot, and he spent some of his spare time looking into problems, and especially because he can look in the background. Obviously, Christopher, who is the guy who made the first version of the plugin under Linux, he's been heavily involved this week. He's actually currently looking at whether we can deploy the OpenXR plugin with the new Android beta loaders that are now being tested. Those are not for the Quest yet. They are saying that Oculus is planning, because Oculus had to build their own XR loader because there was no OpenXR support on Android. So they did their own thing, not wanting to wait until that spec was finished. Now they're working on that spec. They've got an early beta out of OpenXR support on Android. So at some point, those two hopefully will become the same thing, and we can just use that, and it becomes part of the spec, and we don't have to use anything that ties us into having to include Oculus proprietary parts to, because that was the whole idea with OpenXR, right? Is that we have this this solution that is completely open source, so that we can include that fully in Godot without any hindrance. So I'm really hoping that that's going to happen. There are a whole bunch of things, if you deploy on the Quest, that are Oculus proprietary, especially if you want to upload your game to App Lab, or eventually sell it on the Oculus Store. For that, there will always be an Oculus-specific plugin to handle those things. But as far as the rendering part of it is concerned, we're really hoping that OpenXR becomes this open part of Godot, which is just deployable to all these platforms. The other thing, obviously, once they have that working on Android, is that potentially opens the door to other mobile headsets, and especially, and for me at least, that's interesting, AR headsets. I really want to start looking at, okay, can we do more with AR? We still have the AR core thing that is nearly done, and I just haven't had any time to work on that. Plus, but my phone broke, which was really annoying. So I'm waiting on a new Android phone that is AR core capable, just to finish off that work. So yeah, that's fun. Hey, Alfred, you are Dubai. You are there? I don't know. My German is long gone, I'm afraid. I learned German when I was a teenager at school, and that's probably the last time I used German. Hey, William. Yeah, no, we're having a great time at my new job. It's a lot of getting used to, though. The biggest problem that we are currently dealing with, or I am currently dealing, well, I would say we, because it's a problem that everybody within the Godot group has, is we're all over the place, right? Jean is somewhere in Brazil. We have, I think Clay John is somewhere in North America or Canada or something like that. Remy and J Fonts and Gillis, maybe, I'm not quite sure. They're all somewhere in Europe. I'm over here in Australia. So yeah, I have split my day in two. I drop the kids to school in the morning, take an hour break just to get my things in order, and then I work for 4 hours, and that's the 4 hours that I'm generally online when I think when the guys in North America are online. Then around 2 to 3, I stop, make sure that I prepare some dinner for the kids, pick the kids up from school, have some fun with the kids, and then around 7 or 8, I'm back behind my computer for another 4 hours, and all of a sudden I'm working together with all the guys in Europe. That has probably been the most challenging part of working for Godot, is keeping up that schedule, because there have been a few times that I don't nicely stop at 12 o'clock, which is like my cutoff point. And I end up working until 1 or 2. And if you then have to be out of bed at 7, and you do that a couple of days in a row, I'm not a teenager anymore. I used to be able to do that, but I'm in my 40s now. Yeah, that's you start feeling it. So I'm still learning to manage my day and to make sure that that I'm using the right time of day to do some work, and also make sure that I get some rest, and that I don't overexert myself. Hey, Limberto, how you going? Hi, Dashan. So yeah, that's probably the most challenging part of what it is that I do. But again, you know, this is only my second week, so I'm still getting used to it. Like I said, I've spent most of my time on trying to get this OpenXR thing working on Godot 3. I kind of wanted to round that off as best I could. And again, there's probably still half a day's or 2 days work that I'm going to spread out over next week to sort of finish off some things that come back, you know, some bugs that people report, a few finishing touches. But I'm currently working on or diving into the render engine, I should say. I'm not actually. I started doing my first bit of coding on the render engine on the Vulkan side today, but it's all very experimental. I'm just trying to get my head around everything that John has built. It all makes perfect sense so far. I'm really impressed how things are being put together, but there's so much in there. It'll take a while before I know where everything is and how everything pieces together and start actually contributing there. The short term, the plan between, because actually there's 4 of us now that are doing rendering stuff. So obviously Jean, even though he's hoping to round the stuff off that he's working on and actually leave some of the things over to the 3 of us, the other 3 of us, so that he can actually start concentrating on some of the other stuff that has been lying around for a long time and waiting for his attention. Then there's me, obviously. You know, my primary focus is on VR, but there are a bunch of things, especially around Android, that need to happen before I can even start thinking about doing the VR stuff that I want to do. So I want to start helping John. I want to start getting to a point that I can use my knowledge of rendering engines to actually contribute and take over that part of the engine. While I'm not the biggest fan of Android, that is where a lot of the mobile stuff is going to. So I'm just going to have to accept that, and you know, in the end, you know, obviously the render engine, whether you are targeting Android or whether you're targeting iOS or whether you're targeting something else, is obviously very, it's similar in the sense that Vulkan doesn't change in the way that it works. It is the techniques that you apply that change. The techniques that work really well, like for instance, all the performance gains and all the improvements that are in Godot 4 that John has been showing off, they depend heavily on compute shaders, which are very limited or non-existent on the Android platform. So one of my tasks will be to create a quote-unquote a lo-fi version of the render engine, of the Vulkan render engine, which is targeted at mobile. And that's also the one that we're going to really focus on to optimize to work really well on the Quest, so that we get the most performance out of the Quest in what we're doing, and hopefully other Android-based VR headsets as well. Of course, right now Oculus has kind of cornered that market, but I'm pretty sure that eventually we'll have other headsets that enter the market. So, so that is what I'm trying to wrap my hand around. Now, I learned rendering engines when there wasn't hardware acceleration. I did a bunch of DirectX 3 when that was a thing 20 years ago, a long time ago. And then I switched to OpenGL, and I've been doing OpenGL for the last 20 years. So that's also why I felt right at home when I started contributing to Godot 2 and later on to Godot 3. Vulkan, I obviously need to pick up. So I'm the second one of that. The third one, which is in that team, which is actually he's the second one. I'm the third, I should really say, is Clay John, who has been doing the amazing sky shader in Godot 4. He has been working with John on the volumetric fog. That is now all working really well. So he's got a bit of a head start on me, which is really good. It's really fun to have actually two people to talk to who already know how the engine works. So while I'm right now asking pretty dumb questions and just feeling my way through, and the coding that I have been doing, basically today I started writing my first bit of code for it, is throwaway code in my opinion. It's just trying to move some stuff over and just see what it does and see because one of the things that one of the challenges that Jean has given us is to start looking at, okay, can we clean up some of the code that he's written? Everything is done in a way that that really targeted just that high-end Vulkan renderer. So when we're now looking at the requirement to also make a lower-end renderer, but we want to reuse as many of the things as we possibly can instead of duplicating everything, we need to extract parts of the high detail rendering engine into components that we can reuse. So that's one of the things that and that's a lot of fun to do, because that actually makes you look at all the code and it makes you learn a lot about the structure. And again, like I said, I'm probably going to, my first attempt to do one of the parts that I've sort of put on my own plate, I'm probably going to fail, and that's part of the learning process. I'm not expecting to get it right the first time. To be exact, I want to get it wrong the first time, get all my ideas, then write a document saying this is how I think we should do it, communicate that to the team, and then the team can say, yeah, we agree with you, Baz, you figured out the right thing, go and do it. Or no, you missed it, go back to the drawing board, go and figure this out a little bit more. So yeah, that is what I'm working on. The last person, obviously, in that team is JFons, who I'm trying to think now, because he's done a bunch of things around it, but he's starting next month to really help out, because I think next month he starts getting hired by Godot, but I'm not 100% sure what his primary area is, whether that was the conversion of bringing the OpenGL renderer back into Godot 4, because that is still on the maybe. And this is just to put that confusion out of the way. So as I understand it, right? Actually, let me come back to that in a second. Put a pin in that. I just want to check chat, because it's working with people all over as challenges. Yeah, Michael, I'm pretty sure that you have had your share of that too. Vulkan, that means Apple Metal support, so that's going to help Mac users as well. Yeah, well, so the whole of Godot 4 is Vulkan. Obviously, iOS is Metal. iOS, Apple. First of all, Apple is not really playing the open standard thing anymore. They for whatever reason have sort of become a little bit disillusioned with that. But they also have introduced their own graphics API called Metal. There are voices out there, and I've asked that question as well, is, guys, why didn't you choose Vulkan? From what I have heard from people whose judgment I trust, it was more a timing thing. The fact that Apple really wanted to push forward with a much more modern graphics API than OpenGL was, because they got stuck in with OpenGL like we did as well. And instead of waiting for the Vulkan spec to mature, they just decided to hire a whole bunch of people who are really good in the industry and ask them to build their own graphics API called Metal. Now, that is a problem for us because obviously we now have a Vulkan backend, but in comes Molten VK, which is this really nice compatibility layer. This project that converts all your Vulkan code to Metal code. Don't know exactly how much it is converting / re-implementing / emulating. I don't know, but it's supposedly working very well, and I think there's already a test build up and running for iOS. I'm not the one who's working on that, so I could be wrong, but I think someone was already experimenting with that on Godot 4. The difficult one at this point in time is DirectX, which is, when we look at OpenGL, we were using Angle as a compatibility layer between OpenGL and DirectX. Microsoft has since stopped working on Angle. It used to be either a Microsoft product or supported by Microsoft, but it's been basically defunct since 2015. Google's taken over the project because they are using Angle to make their browsers work on all sorts of different hardware that is DirectX only. So the Google version of Angle is actually much more complete than the Microsoft version. There's a lot more support in there. But as far as I have understood so far, it doesn't support Windows Universal, which is a bit of a problem. Because that's what I need to run on the HoloLens. Yay! So yeah, we're still looking into that, because that's also, of course, at some point in time we want Godot 4 to run on an Xbox, just like Godot 3 runs on an Xbox. That's also Windows Universal. So yeah, at some point that's going to have to come around and work. So let's look. So WinG SSLX. Not sure what's WinG. Am I showing my ignorance today? Some really promising stuff from Arnclit and Xylan. Parts could be incorporated into the core. Are we talking about Xylan's work on terrains, or are we talking about his work on other parts of the system? Let me know and I can make a comment on that. QG3 is launching dev kits. QG3. Hang on a sec. QG3. You're gonna have to. Oh, I didn't spell that right. Okay, that's not good. That's not gonna work, is it? Kaiju 3. I can't speak Chinese for the life of me, so. Ooh. Let's see. Do I have something that I can actually properly show here? What are you doing? Yeah. I have no idea who this new site is. I hope I don't get demonetized by showing these guys page. But there is a Chinese headset coming out. Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, I heard some rumors. So yeah, cool to hear about one of the. Oh, when G was direct. Oh, okay. So actually, I am not old enough. No, yeah, I started with when DirectX 3 was the first thing that I looked at hardware acceleration. Before that, I was doing everything in software. Because everything that Microsoft was doing before DirectX 3 was meh. Yeah, not really that interesting to me. So yeah, indeed. Right now, the standalone headsets is a challenge between Facebook, who's right now cornered that market, and other headsets coming out of China, which is always a bit of a question mark. Obviously, one of the things that's really interesting when we look at the Chinese market is, first of all, the VR market and AR market in China is it's in many ways ahead of us, in the sense, not main technology wise, although they're definitely close, but in usage wise, right? When we look at the American market, and here in Australia is still pretty small, but the European market, you see that the VR and AR spaces are really divided between VR for relatively serious gamers, and the Quest really being the only device that's challenging that with somewhat casual play, and AR/business VR in the business side. Those are technology. I know that, and I think this is where probably Google went wrong. Initially, AR was positioned as a social tool, as you got your glasses and you're interacting with the world, and all sorts of fun things. But I personally believe, and I think that's something that Microsoft got right with the HoloLens, and that you're really seeing, is that the businesses are actually the ones that are going to drive the AR market, because while there are a number of really good business uses for VR, especially in training, in education, in product development, AR is where a lot of productivity gain can currently be made. So I think AR is something that we're going to see more in business than in the consumer market, at least for the time being, until the form factor gets smaller and people will be less inclined to say, well, we don't want to wear these cumbersome things. Then I think AR is going to be much more prevalent in the consumer market. But when you look at China, or Asia, I should say, because this doesn't just apply to China. This applies to Japan. This applies to Singapore, Korea, these sort of countries. You can see that as a at least from what I've heard, and I don't pretend to be an expert on these things, but VR headsets are much more common. 3DOV kind of died out around here, right? Because for gameplay, it just doesn't offer enough. But there, you have people who will be commuting on a train for an hour or so, and they will be using a VR headset to watch their movie, instead of like what we do is we got our iPhone and we're watching a movie with, they will actually use a VR headset in a train. Just even the simple, the ones that you slide your phone into, and those sort of models are just much more prevalent over there, and the applications therefore are there, and the environment or the options are there. So it's really interesting to see that market there is there, and that China is really pushing, but that the innovations have still been coming out of mostly America. Oculus, Valve, HTC obviously is more this side, but targeting at the American market. So yeah, I'm going to be really interesting to see what the Chinese will eventually put on the market, because so far they've kind of been following, right? They've looked at what we make, and then they do their best imitation, but they go for cheaper. I'm really hoping that one of these players at some point says, no, we want to be market leader in this stuff, and we're going to come out with an innovative design of a headset instead of just copying what Oculus is doing or copying what Valve is doing. Oh yeah, the whole terrain thing. That was a big discussion on Twitter earlier in the week that I also participated in. The problem that we're having, or the root problem that was sort of addressed or mentioned in that conversation, is one of history. People tend to forget that Godot is incredibly new. Hold on, I just need to put something away. There you go. The Godot, well, Godot has its origins in all the work that John has done before it became open source in the game engines that he actually built games with. And eventually, obviously, what Godot became at some point, that he had to make a choice, and the choice that he made was to open source it, and initially not expecting it to take off the way that it was, and eventually dedicating his full time to the engine. When you look at Godot, even 3 years ago when I joined, it was really just Hein Peter, Jean, and Remy who were really sinking lots of time in there as core contributors. And I'm probably forgetting one or two. I'm pretty sure that there were Fernand was probably already around putting a lot of time in there, and probably some others as well. But most of the people were just contributors who popped up, downloaded the engine, started doing stuff, and submitting PRs. And submitting PRs of all levels of quality. And then you really have a situation where the engine hasn't matured enough yet to be able to handle that. The people behind it haven't matured enough to understand how to handle that. And the volume is simply too big. So you really get into a position where it's easy to say, we're not ready for this, or we don't think this should be part of the engine yet, or this is something that we're thinking about, but right now we don't have the time to really evaluate it. It'll come somewhere down the line, and you put a lot of people off. And that was really the core of the discussion. The fact that we were talking about the terrain engine, and the fact that Godot doesn't have a terrain engine, and but Xylan made all this wonderful work in creating his terrain engine. That's not the core problem. That's a symptom of the problem, right? Because then you get people involved who sort of say, "But I've done all this work, and it goes nowhere. It's not accepted, or it's just brushed off, or whatever." And those things linger, even though we're now 3 years down the line. And Godot, now that I'm part of the core team, I'm part of some of these discussions that are internal. And of course, I can't openly speak about private discussions. That wouldn't be right. But you can see that the core team is not just growing in size, but it's also growing in maturity, and looking at these issues and recognizing that there's only so much we can do. And sometimes we just don't have the time to really look into someone's work, or we don't have the this is a problem for GD Native, for instance. One of my frustrations is I'm a user of GD Native. I worked together with Garofel back in the day to add the VR capabilities to GD Native, to bypass some of its weaknesses and make sure that we can actually build plugins in an efficient way. But when Garofel obviously got a job and couldn't put the same time commitment in it anymore, you had this void that was suddenly created. And that void suddenly means that, hey, hang on, there's nobody really maintaining this. There's some of us, like myself, Xylan, one or two others, who do a lot with GD Native, who have been trying to push it along, but none of us has had the insights to really, there's a whole bunch of PRs there that we just don't know what to do about, because we don't know how to test them. We don't really know whether, And it's bitten us a few times. And that's also the problem that Godot has. It's not just, hey, someone's done really great work, let's merge it in. It's also, okay, now we've got this new part. Who's going to maintain it? And if the person who made it isn't going to stick around, then that is a problem. Then it's much better to have something like that as an external plugin that has a life of its own, so that people who are interested in that can make sure that things keep being supported. And if that falls away, it's not going to damage the core engine. Now, luckily, when we look at GD Native, obviously now Vanen has taken over, so he's actually putting serious work into brushing it all up and looking at some of its weaknesses and trying to figure out how to take GD Native to the next level, because that is one of the reasons I think why a lot of people are very hesitant to move things into plugins, because right now you have to jump through hoops to do certain things, and it's harder to deploy because there aren't any clear guidelines to make sure that your plugin works on all the platforms and keeps up to date with the version of Godot that you're on. So if someone uses your plugin, they actually get the right version of the plugin that matches the version of Godot that they have, because they drift apart at some point in time. They won't work together anymore. So there's a whole bunch of things there that need to be solved before plugins are a much more viable option for us to say, well, we really want that to be in a plugin. And the person who's building the functionality says, yeah, that's actually a really great idea. I love doing that as a plugin, because I can, I don't have to wait for anybody's permission to finish my work. I can do it, and I can do it in a way that other people can make use of it. So yeah. So that is well, that hardly covers the issue, right? We briefly touch on sort of the dynamics that are going on there. One thing that made me sad is probably not the right word, but which I find a real shame whenever these sort of discussions pop up, is there are some people who seem to think that it is intentional, and that is one thing that I really believe isn't the case. I don't think anyone within the core team is intentionally trying to stop people's work from being accepted and being appreciated. It mostly is just a matter of there just not being enough hours in a day for people to actually do their work and go through all these PRs and making sure that the good ones are actually accepted, or people providing the right feedback for saying, well, this is really good, but you have to do these things before they become part of it. And that was also my part of the discussion, I guess, because for me the experience was different. I came in the same way when I joined IRC, the Godot IRC. I came in with the idea of, and then George, don't know what his last name is. I came in because I was playing around with headsets. I had bought a PSVR. I was playing around with my friend's Vive. I wanted to start doing VR stuff. And initially thinking about, I'll add VR to my own engine. It was a little toy engine that I was working on. And at some point deciding, yeah, well, my heart is in, I want to learn how to do VR. I don't really want to rebuild my rendering engine to do that. I don't really want to build all the other stuff that you need to really complete it. Why don't I use an existing engine that does all that but doesn't have VR support, and I'll put VR in there? And then a friend of mine told me about Godot, and I joined the Godot, tried Godot out, really liked it, looked at the source code, really went like, oh, this is cool. This is how, I understand this code. I like the structure of how it's put together. And then I went on to RSC and I said, hello, everybody. I would like to add VR to your engine. And that was met with a lot of enthusiasm. And the reason was really clear. Everybody wants to do VR. Everybody was saying, oh, do VR, do VR. And everybody was saying, I do it. And, if you are someone like Jean or Remy or whoever at that point in time was in the core team, and you hear everyone in the dog say, "I'll add VR to the engine," or "I want to do VR," while it's not something that you have an insight in at that point in time. You don't have time to spend there. You have other things that are much more important, especially when you look at VR being not even a percent of the user base of Godot even today. It's growing, but most people are making, even to this day, making 2D games with Godot. 3D is starting to get market segment in Godot. VR is still, tiny little sliver of what they do. So 3 years ago, when I came in and I said I'd do it, they were sort of going like, well, A, we don't have time really to spend time with you and guide you in this. B, we've heard this all before. If you can do it, do it. But we're at this point in time, we're not interested. And then 2-3 months later, I had my first prototype completely working, and they went like, well, we like what we see. This guy obviously knows what he's doing. All right. I had suddenly John in a chat with me and saying, well, don't have much time for you, but if you really want to do this, these are my demands. This is what you need to do. These things that you did, I'm not going to accept. My first 5 PRs were all denied because they did not want that logic. I started off with stereoscopic rendering in viewports, and John was very clear about it. He said, this is too difficult for most of the people who will use it. So make it simpler. This is not good enough. You need to make it simpler. You need to make it turnkey. And that was one of that was a topmost requirement John gave me when I did this, was VR needs to be as turnkey as possible. Someone who uses VR in Godot should not have to know anything about how it works. All they need to know is how to connect the VR headset, how to tell Godot that you want to use the headset, and Godot needs to do the rest. That was my mission brief. And even then, I went through a couple of iterations before they finally sort of went like, okay, now you're at a point that we actually feel that we're going to be looking into this and actually saying, this is actually something that we do want, and we like the way that you solved it, and we're happy to merge this in and see where it goes. But also, we can see that you are willing to put that time in. You're not going to disappear on us in a month's time. Those are all factors that played into going from, hey, I want to do VR, and everybody sort of go like, yeah, we heard that before, to, hey, Godot now suddenly has VR support. So that is, of course, my experience. Not everybody has the same experience, as I know. But I do understand as a result the challenges that they have in evaluating everything that goes and comes. Oh, Michael, well, you're probably gone already, but have a good home and school trip. Where'd it go? Home, school. Go and home. Oh, you have to go and homeschool now. Okay, so you're homeschooling your kids. I had to read that twice. So yeah, the clean AR just needs smartphones with HDMI output. I don't think it's going to be HDMI. I think actually it's going to be USB 3. Most phones nowadays have, or at least Android phones now come with USB ports, or USB-C, and that is because you need the newer USB-Cs to have enough bandwidth, and I think that's going to be the way that it goes. When you look at which one? The Quest, for instance. The Quest currently is connected through USB-C to do Quest Link. So I think that's more likely going to be the way that AR or phones are going to be connected to glasses, and then the glasses are purely going to be the display part. The phone's going to be the heart of it, and away you go. And I think that's probably what Apple is eventually going to come up with. There is that news that broke this week, I think, about the $3,000 VR headset of Apple. It's a rumor, I think. Maybe it's real. I don't know. I think it's a real odd choice. everybody's sort of going, it's Apple, so it must succeed. I personally think that when you look at the VR market or the consumer VR market, which is the market that Apple operates in, Apple builds consumer products. They, as much as the phones are also used in businesses, they are primarily a consumer product, and they've kind of sort of left the business side of it sort of simmering. I don't see a $3,000 consumer headset working. Especially not if your alternative is a $350 headset that's really, really good. Might not have the resolution. 8K is crazy. Wow. It's going to be a niche market product. If that is really what they're doing, right? That's a big question. I think that Apple's best bet, also looking at what they've been doing with ARKit and what they've been pushing on the phones, I think Apple is going to really enter the market and make a splash in the market the moment that they come out with AR glasses. That is my belief. They might come out, with that VR headset. They might come out with something completely different. I don't know. But I have a hard head believing that in this market space, a $3,000 VR headset is going to be anything but a niche product. I don't think it's going to be a mainstream product. So we'll see what they'll do. Yeah, well, I know it's a cult, and maybe a lot of people will buy it because it's an Apple product. But even then, the reason why the iPhone worked isn't not just because the Apple people keep buying Apple phones. I got an Apple phone because of my previous work. I wouldn't, this is a $2,000 phone. I wouldn't spend $2,000 on a phone. I'm very sorry. That I got it, that I'm using it, and I love it. Don't get me wrong. I do love iOS. iOS is a brilliant operating system. But the reason why the iPhone works, when it came out, it did exactly what it needed to do. And then a couple of years later, they came out with the App Store, and people at that point in time already wanted to make product for the phone. That's what made the phone. And that's the same thing with when you look at consoles and when you look at handhelds and stuff like that. You look at something like a PlayStation Vita or a PSP, which were far superior technology-wise than the things that Nintendo came out with. The Nintendo ones won. Why? Because they had the games. They had the games. People wanted to play on those devices. And I don't see Apple releasing a VR headset and suddenly magically coming up with new VR applications that none of the other products have thought of, that would suddenly make that system something that people will keep on using. I think the Apple cult people will buy it and it will land on the shelf. That's what I suspect. But I could be completely wrong. Don't forget, I'm talking Aussie dollars. So yeah, it'll probably be a little bit less in euros and in American dollars. Okay. Deco, what is OpenXR? Sorry, I got so late to your question. OpenXR is an open standard for controlling your VR and AR headsets. So when you look at OpenVR and when you look at the Oculus SDK, OpenVR is not as open as the name suggests. It's actually a closed system or it's a proprietary system from Valve. Works with Steam VR, so you have to have Steam. So you can run your VR games through Steam, but it's an open model in the sense that anybody who makes VR hardware is free to build drivers, and the source code for that part is all open and available. And the same thing for games. Games can write, games for OpenVR, and they will just work with all the headsets that are supported, but it has to still all go through Steam, and you're still part of the ecosystem. Same with the Oculus SDK. OpenXR isn't completely open standard. So basically, the idea is that if you make a game that targets OpenXR, that uses OpenXR as the layer that talks to, the VR hardware, you can use your game on any device that supports OpenXR. whether that is on a Quest or whether that is on a desktop or whether that is on something that's still going to enter the market at some point in time. That's what OpenXR is. Emilio, completely agree with you. I think plugin support is a far higher priority than a terrain editor, especially seeing that we now have a number of terrain solutions, and they're actually not bad at all. This is the thing that I don't get about that discussion at all. You know, if you download Xylon's plugin, he's got two. This is the other thing that I found so confusing. Everybody was saying, but it's a voxel one. It's a voxel one. I want a normal one. Well, he has a normal one. His original plugin was height map based, and that still exists. And you know, it's actually even with a chunk loader and everything, so you can make pretty big landscapes, and you can edit them fully inside of Godot, inside of the editor, which is pretty damn cool. So so you know, it's very functional for what it does. It does a lot more than some of the other terrain systems that I know of. He's now concentrating on this voxel-based one, which you can very much, you know, fully understand, because you can do much more complex things with that. But it is of a, you know, it has higher performance requirements. Deco, the sky and clouds in this project is just an image. So I download that from, oh, that's the wrong site. Got too many of these things open. HDRIhaven.com. And they have a whole bunch of free to use HDRIs that you can download and use directly in Godot. Now, my computer has decided to hold for a second. So, you know, for instance, here on Outdoors, you have lots of background images that you can just use. You can just download it, and you can, yeah, you can use that with the panoramic sky. Now, Godot 4 has got a really nifty physics-based sky option where we're actually rendering out the sky, and that now has also got a cloud system. So, pretty cool stuff. Hi, Achilles. How you going? Excuse me, my nose is doing a bit weird. Well, noobs, I don't know if again, there's just not enough known about the VR headset that Apple is going to come out with. I just, you know, again, you know, you look at the HP Reverb, which is priced at what, $700 or something like that, maybe $800 max. Yeah, okay, it's not 8K. Okay, I think there are 2K screens per eye or something like that. That's more than enough. You know, you also have to have the hardware to drive that. That's something that people also forget. Mac hardware isn't the best hardware to drive VR, which is one of the reasons why Valve eventually stopped support on Mac OS. And Oculus hasn't even attempted to run the Rift on Apple hardware because they just didn't believe the GPUs were capable of it. Now, the GPUs today, they've come a long way, and especially with, you know, Metal being a really good graphics API, that has changed the landscape a bit. But whether that suddenly means that 8K displays would perform on high-intensity games, I'm not so sure. And, you know, especially for those sort of games, I wonder if you really get that much improvement of experience running that sort of thing. How are we in time, by the way? Because I'm already talking way past the point that I actually want to start doing some development. Let's give it another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to go and do some dev. So yeah, I have a hard head in looking at what the other options are. You know, even the Valve Index, which is currently as far as technical specs is concerned and capabilities is concerned, is my favorite headset. It's the one that I use most. My kids not. My kids are completely infatuated with my Quest for all the right reasons. Because, you know, their usage is very different from mine. They just want to play games. They want to play Beat Saber. They want to play Job Simulator. They want to play Pistol Whip, that sort of stuff. So Quest is ideal for them. You know, I'm more into, you know, let's play a little bit of Half-Life Alyx, or let's work on some of my own products. And then the fact that I've got my lighthouses set up here and I've got my my index on the table connected to my computer. I love my index. Visually, it's an amazing device. It still comes in at about a third of the price of this rumored VR headset of Apple. So I don't know. Business I can maybe understand, but again, that's very niche in many ways. And even then, there's a lot of things where I don't know if the expense is justified. I wish them all the best luck. The more VR headsets on the market that are successful, the quicker VR goes mainstream, and the better things will be. So I'm not complaining, but I don't get it yet. Then again, I didn't get these either. Let's be honest. When HTC back in the day, when Valve was still seemingly releasing the Knuckles controllers, I think they used to be called Knuckles controllers. When that was the plan to release them with the new Vive, or as a add-on product, I can't remember what the exact promises were back in the day. When I saw them and like, wow, they're big, they're bulky, I really love my touch controller. The original touch controllers are still my favorite controllers. The ones with that come with the Quest and with the Rift S are good, but that they had to move the ring to the top for the inside-out tracking to work. That made them a little top-heavy, and I never really liked that. The original Quest ones feel more comfortable in the hand. And to then see the Knuckles be twice as big and bulky, and they looked really heavy, and I sort of went like, that's never gonna fly. And then when the Index was announced, and Valve told us that they wanted to provide us with them to us, and I sort of went like, yeah, cool, I'd love to try it. And the moment that I put them on, I went like, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. First of all, they are a lot lighter than I expected, but the first time I booted up Half-Life Alyx and I used them with my Index controllers, I went like, yeah, I get this. These controllers are absolutely brilliant. And dare say they are my favorite. The original touch controllers, the original CV1 Rift touch controllers, they will probably always rank in the top for me, just because of the experiences that I had with them and how right they were, how right Oculus got those controllers, while nobody else had anything like it. But I would say, you can notice that the Knuckles are a generation newer. The tracking is brilliant. They feel brilliant. The way that you interact with things in games is brilliant. So yeah, they surprised me. And in that respect, whatever Apple is going to do might surprise me. But at this point in time, I don't see the value proposition. And again, we are basing everything that we know on rumors, right? Nobody's seen this thing. Nobody knows what it is. Nobody even knows whether it is going to be a VR headset or if it's going to be something else. They're all still rumors at this point in time. Netflix, $3,000 Netflix home studio machine. Yeah, maybe. Well, again, the thing that Apple did right with the iPhone was the timing. Yes, there were other smartphones, but they never got the formula right. The market just wasn't ready for it. Just the way that that Apple entered the smartphone market, they got a number of key components so incredibly right, which is something that Apple is always really good at. Or should I say Steve Jobs was always really good at. I'm not sure if they can repeat that, especially because personally, I believe that Oculus has cracked that nut. I think Oculus, when you look at the Quests, and especially now the Quest 2, that ticks so many boxes in design, in packaging, in price, in the games that they have available. I think that is the form factor that is going to be the first type of device that's going to go mainstream. I think when you look at things like the HP Reverb and the Index, that those type of devices will follow, in the sense that right now people who are not going into VR are sort of going like, we don't see the point. We're not gonna lay down $1,000 for a headset and another 2,000 for a capable machine. But those people might buy their kid a Quest for Christmas, right? And that's also the experience that I've had with my Quest. My kids love it. They introduce it to their friends, and it is that, if I let them take the Quest to a friend's house, usually when I'm there as well, I don't let them run around with it by themselves, because they want their friends to try it out. Then the dad sees it or the mom sees it and sort of goes, "That looks fun," and then they try it on, and then they get into it. And with the fact of how good it is and how many good games there are on there now, and I don't think the volume is big enough yet. I don't think there are enough titles for it yet to hit mainstream, but it's very close. The moment that they get in there and they get VR and they experience it and they see that, it might not make them nauseous, there might be a reason why they're holding back. That is the moment when they suddenly say, okay, now I want to take the next step. Okay, now I want to play a game like Half-Life Alyx or Boneworks, or and then they go like, okay, now I need to run that on a PC, and then they might do it through Link, which gives a pretty decent experience, or they may at that point say, well, you know what? Now I'm going to go for, that higher quality option. I'm going to put a really good graphics card in there, and I'm going to hook an HP Reverb to it, or I'm going to hook a Index controller to it, or an Index headset to it. That's what I think. I think Oculus has the chance to break open that market, and that's going to mean that the higher end side of the market is also going to grow in size. That's my prediction. Could be completely wrong. I'm not a psychic, but that's what I predict. George, I'm really glad that you are having a lot of fun with Godot, and keep on experimenting with it, I'd say. What changed? Notify was removed. Okay. I don't envy you. I'm trying to. I've made my first start today, trying to get my head around the GI part of the renderer and seeing if I can figure out a path forward to turn it into its own class so that we can reuse that component. Yeah, fun. It's I love it, but it's very daunting when you're just starting into this stuff. I can't imagine what the impact of change notify being removed is, though. It's going to be interesting. As I said, Alex, I'm not quite sure what how's that looking is about anymore. I'm a little bit too far behind. The in-house chip, you mean the new graphics chip from Apple? I don't have any info on that. Again, it's secrecy. I got a friend of mine who's working on the metal drivers, and he's not allowed to tell me anything. Bloody NDAs. That's just about all that I know. I have a friend. That's it. He doesn't tell me anything. Annoying. But hey, that's the way that this all works, right? I think there's something to be said for the peace of mind. The future will be supported in future engine versions because having to rely on communicate. Yeah, but the thing, Jolt, is that the whole of Godot is community driven, right? That's the whole engine. The whole engine is a community product. Yes, there are some of us who are now core contributors and being paid, but it's still an open source product, and that is both good and bad. It's bad in the sense of that you're completely dependent on what the community does for the engine to grow. But the flip side of that coin is that, especially as an open source product gets more and more popular and gets picked up by bigger and bigger players, is that the functionality that really counts is going to be the functionality that's going to be pushed the most. That's the thing that people very often forget is when you look at a community around an open source project, and again, this is also where a lot of open source projects fall over, when they don't reach enough mass, enough people who are using it. What you're going to see is, let's say that there are 100 people using, because I'm going to use percentages, and I'm going to make up some numbers because I don't know what they are in real life. But you have 100 people using Godot. Then 90 of them will just be building games. They will probably not be contributing to the engine. Or they might contribute really small things because they're just people who want to use the product and want to make something fun with it. And those 90 people are just as important as the people who do contribute code, because those 90 people who are just building games are the ones who are showing the rest of the world that this is a game engine to take seriously. And those people will at some point say, well, I want to make this type of game and I need this feature, and Godot doesn't have this feature, so I can't use Godot for this. But because they don't have the skills or the backing, because they're not core developers, they're not engine developers. I shouldn't say core developers here, engine developers. They don't have the background knowledge to actually contribute code to the engine. There's nothing wrong with that. Let me be very clear about it. There are a lot of people, and that's something that Godot is actually really good at. Godot is really targeted at people who just want to build games, who may not be C programmers or C++ programmers, so they can't work on the engine itself. But they are smart enough to learn GDScript. They are switched on enough that they know what game they want to build, and they build that game. But when they run into a situation where Godot doesn't do something that they need, then they're stuck. So they then have to rely on the 10 people out of that 100 that do contribute. And those 10 right now, one of them would be someone like John, who is, spending a lot of their time and is knowledgeable in building it. But most of them will be people who come straight out of university and doing this in their spare time as a hobby, or people who are relatively fresh, working on an indie game and contributing. Or, none of those 10 will be industry veterans who have shipped X number of games and have worked on their own game engines or anything like that. That's your starting point, right? But as the group of people who are contributing grows, and as the popularity grows, and as more people who are from more experienced studios suddenly say, hey, instead of building our own engine, let's go and use Godot because it does 90% of what we want it to do. We'll contribute the 10% that it doesn't do, but that's important to us with the knowledge that it is. Because only building 10% of what we need instead of building 100% of what we need is going to save us a lot of time. And we might even, use some of that freed up budget to hire people to do that work. So the bigger and more popular the engine is, the smaller that group of people who are only building games and not contributing, the bigger the pool of people the percentile of people who are contributing, and the bigger the portion of those people are who actually have the knowledge to build these key parts. But what I really like about that whole dynamic is once you hit that critical mass, once you hit that point where you start attracting these bigger companies who and also either put money or developers up to build these higher end parts of the game engine, they're doing it out of necessity. This is the thing that a lot of people don't get. It's fun if a whole bunch of people say, you should build this, and then you have a contributor who starts working on that, but doesn't have the necessity to build it because they're not building it for themselves. They generally do a job that doesn't match up with the expectations of the people who actually do need that functionality. And that's something that Godot has plenty of as well, right? As much as I love Godot, you can see that there's parts of Godot where the person who built it because people asked them to build it, but they're not necessarily the most experienced in knowing what the best way to build that was. And there's nothing bad against the people who do those things. That's just the reality when you work on those things. That's the same for me as well. I had a necessity, quote unquote, even as a hobbyist, to build VR support, and therefore I pushed that based on an actual need to use this and want to use this. and therefore testing my work against a working environment. And that is something that will always be driven out of, people contributing to an open source engine based on building things that they themselves need in order to ship a product. And that's the same thing for something like a terrain engine, and for a lot of other parts of Godot. It's going to be a point where either one of the more experienced, there's that 1% at the top get enough time, because their time is limited. And I'm talking about a Jean, and at some point in time, I hope to count myself on the net as well. Once I get brushed up on Vulkan and feel confident to actually build something, some of the newer techniques there. And hopefully that group of people will grow as Godot attracts bigger players in the market. But yeah, that's one of those things where it gets troublesome. A virtual iPhone inside of your VR headset. Yeah, that could be. Don't buy the real $2,000 iPhone. Buy the $3,000 headset, and then you have your virtual iPhone inside the headset, and you can actually make calls while you're inside of VR. Save yourself some money. Any of the kids shown any interest in development? My kids, especially my son, loves doing the stuff that he does at school. I've tried to get him to do some Godot things, but he just doesn't have the patience yet. He's only 11, so give him 2 or 3 years more and he'll get there. My daughter is at a point where she doesn't really show any interest of coding or anything like that. That's not her thing. But she is quite an artist. And right now, pen and paper and building things with her hands. But I see her. I see that she could carve a future out in digital art at some point in time. She does have that wish and that drive. So who knows? Emilio, I still have a CV1 as well. It's just in its box, and I'm keeping it for prosperity's sake. I actually, at some point, if I ever move into a bigger place than I'm right now, I want to have a proper game/development room. And I want to have all the headsets that I have on display at some point in time, because there's a few that I have and don't use anymore because they're too old. I can highly recommend trying out a Rift S. If you have a CV1 and you don't want to spend any money, don't, obviously. The upgrade is not that big a step. But there is one thing that the Rift S has for me that is incredibly important. The Acer or some of the MR headsets have the too, but I don't like the controllers that come with the MR headsets. But it is one of the main reasons why I use the Acer as my main development headset for a long time. Is the halo design of the headset. The fact that it straps the halo to your head and the visor is in front. What I miss is the flip-up mechanism that the MR headsets do have. As a developer, taking off your headset constantly, that is where, for me, the Rift S wins. The ski goggle design that the Index has, and that the original Rift has, and that the Quest has, for gaming is more ideal. There's less light leak. It's an easier wear for longer times. But if you're a developer who's constantly taking your headset on and off, I highly recommend the Rift S. It's again, I use the Index most simply because it's attached to my machine when I'm gaming as well. But if I purely get a headset for development, the Rift S is my favorite, but just the comfort factor of it. And I saw the science. Who was? Might have been for the reverb. I'm not sure, but there is another headset that's coming out that has a halo a Halo setup with a flip-up visor, which again, I think for developers that's important. The stealth DJ, well, that's fine. If you never got into Apple products, then you never got into Apple products. I got into Apple products because when I moved to Australia, I started working for a company. Half their clients were Apple based, so Apple was a big part of what we did. And while I think Apple has lost a lot of the shine that it had back in those days, I'm still a big fan of the macOS operating system. I just really like the way that it works. I'm a big fan of the MacBooks. I do think that ever since they gave up the 17-inch MacBook, they lost something, because the last model 17-inch MacBook was superb. I do like iOS better than Android. I hate my iPhone 12. I was on an iPhone 7 for years. Battery started going. My then boss offered me to get a 12. I held out for the longest time and said, nah, I'll leave it. And at some point it was just like, no, your iPhone 7 is dying. Here's an iPhone 12. And while I love the fact that the screen fully fills it, for them to change some of the buttons or remove the buttons and replace it by gestures and stuff like that, I just constantly find myself fighting with the phone. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the latest iPhone brands or designs. The other thing which I find really interesting is that for whatever reason, and Android kind of has this as well. When you look at the flagship Android phones, it all is about the cameras and about making really cool photos. I hardly take photos. Well, I take photos when I'm out with the family and doing fun things, but I'm not a photographer. All the new features mean nothing to me. So yeah, I definitely don't think the iPhone is worth the price you pay for it. That's because I don't use 90% of the functionality that it offers me. — 29 commits. Time to go and squash them, Gills. Well, Gills, that's a really good point. Is that on one side, the fact that we are starting to get more and more contributors who are actually working on serious games, and therefore building logic and offering PRs for logic that actually are a real life use case. The flip side of that is that once you go down a very specific route that only applies to a small market segment, then obviously you have a problem that you might ignore other parts of the market, and that's not something Godot wants to do. So yeah, absolutely. Rahul, me too. IK is something that I have wanted to look into for a long time. I just haven't had the time for it. IK is going to become exceedingly more important to me as I make more and more complex things in VR. Simply because of the one thing that VR is really good at is the whole physical interaction with the world. So physics engines become really important, which is also why I'm very enthusiastic about the plans around the physics engine that Camille is now hired to work on the physics engine in Godot 4. Time will tell whether there are now plans that Bullet is going to be playing second fiddle to our in-build engine, physics engine, which, if done right, is probably a really good choice. So yeah, I'm very optimistic, but I want to see what's going to happen there. but it's really important to me, that part of the engine. And looking at how much I've done with physics, and also how much I've failed with physics, I'm really glad that we now have Camille hired on that, and taking that next step. Cause I know that IK is not physics. It's linked to it, but it's, again, in VR, it is just so important having that ability for animating part of your body, where you only are tracking your hand location. So you need to use IK to figure out what your arm positions is. You need to make a guesstimate about your body position based on where your head is in relationship to your controllers. That is just so important when it comes down to presence, and being able to properly interact with the world in that way. So I'm really hoping that is going to become a important part. Well, the killers, like I said, VR is only used by 1%, and we added that to the cohort. And I keep fighting for that too. Because I hope that VR is going to be a lot bigger than 1% at some point in time. And I think in the long term it will be, and Godot will be really well positioned as an engine that took VR seriously early on. So yeah. Yeah, third-party head straps, I saw those, which are really interesting. And indeed, I'm thinking about getting some headbusts. And once I have the space for it, I want to put some of my older ones on headbusts and just display them, which I think would be really cool. Hi, Exorus. Well, we're not doing OpenXR development today, Shashank. Actually, we're already talking right now, and we're already almost 2 hours in. So we're going to get to some development in a minute, but I'm going to do something completely different today. So I've had this idea on my mind for a little while, and I'm not sure how far we're going to get in an hour or two. I'll go a little bit further than 12 o'clock, but I don't want to make it too much later than that. We're going to have some fun. So I'm almost at the end of the chat, so if we don't get a whole bunch more things, then I think we're going to stop with the discussion and start with doing some development. Yeah, I don't even know how we're going to review a 10,000 line code change, Gills, whether you've got it broken up in commits or not. But yeah, which reminds me, I still need to look at Mason as well. I haven't had any time for Mason this week. Because that's really something that I'm interested in figuring out how that works as well. Total different tangent of topics, of course. Well, that's the fun thing, Rahul, which that is the feedback that I get from so many people. One of the things, and again, this all boils down to that mission statement that John gave me 3 years ago when they finally saw that I was serious and that I actually knew what I was doing. It was saying, if you want VR to be merged into Godot, it has to be as turnkey as possible. And I think I really succeeded in that. I think it's hindered by the fact that in the last 3 years, I have had periods where I've been able to do a lot of work, and there has been periods that I just haven't been able to work. So we have never had the ability to focus on it in the way that some of the other engines can focus on it. But the flip side of it is, and especially now that I'm hired, and again, even now, the last 2 weeks, because I wanted to get this stuff in the OpenXR plugin done, I really have, I loved it. These last 2 weeks, just being able to just dive in completely, not worry about time constraints, not worried about the fact that I needed to go to my day job the next morning and I couldn't, work on it longer than, an hour or two a day. Just being able to spend a full day just working on this and trying things out. The number of times I've, like last week, I had build everything that I was working on to a point with the idea, with the presumption that the system was much more dynamic than it turned out to be, because I was working on the basis of how the action system in Godot itself works. So I spend the whole of Monday and Tuesday redoing a whole bunch of work of the week before to do it properly, or at least properly in the context of what our goals are for the Godot 3 OpenXR plugin. I wouldn't have been able to do that if I wasn't being hired full-time to do this and being paid to do this. Now, for the next couple of weeks, my work is going to be focused a little bit more on helping Jean clean up some of the render engine and sort of, do that for me as well, to learn more about the render engine, to get up to speed with it. Then obviously, like I said earlier on the stream, one of my responsibilities will be to make sure that the engine, the Vulkan renderer, runs properly on Android hardware, which of course for VR is very important. But outside of VR is just as important, because Android is a big market space for us. So obviously we want the Vulkan renderer to run as best as we can on that sort of hardware, which is going to mean that we need to do some big changes. So I'm obviously going to be busy with that. But again, I'll be able to spend my whole day working on this stuff and learning about this stuff. And while there'll be, for me right now, some lead up while I learn how the Vulkan renderer works, because besides helping ClayJohn a couple of months ago with the sky shaders, where I made a start and he finished the work, I've had very little chance to actually do anything with the Vulkan renderer. I've played around with it, but I haven't really looked at the code. So it's going to take me a couple of days, if not a week or two, to get up to speed with it, and before I start feeling comfortable with actually making changes that are useful. Like I said, all the work that I've done today, pretty sure is going to be thrown away, because I'm probably going down the wrong path with it, because right now I don't know what the right path is, because I don't know the code base well enough yet. It's all new. The Vulkan side of it is new. I need to learn that, just as everybody else who becomes a core contributor needs at some point, because it's just the way it is. But I hope to become very productive there very soon, and make good on getting Vulkan to run properly on Android hardware. Once that's done, my focus will be completely on bringing OpenXR in Godot 4. And then, I hope that we're going to keep up the fact that we have this really intuitive way of developing VR applications, but we're also going to have the performance to back it up, because and you can do a lot in Godot 3, but it's nowhere near what the competition can do right now. And that's just a reality, that's how far we got with Godot 3. And that's also why we did the Vulkan renderer. This is the other discussion that sort of was hinted at during the week, was that we had all these promises, all these things that we wanted to do in Godot 3 with occlusion culling and what was the other one? Better shadows and optimize the OpenGL renderer and all that sort of stuff. And the thing, of course, was that when John finished the OpenGL 3 renderer 3 years ago, when Godot 3.0 was released, we found out pretty quickly that the support for OpenGL was a lot more spotty than we thought, and we simply had a choice. We could make good on the promises that we made and sink a year or two optimizing the hell out of the OpenGL 3 renderer, but we would still be faced with the fact that it would not run well on certain hardware. Or we could spend that time and go to Vulkan. And John kept putting off Vulkan. First of all, because I don't think he ever expected to get as much of a performance boost as we got. But I think the second reason was that 3 years ago, Vulkan didn't run on a lot of hardware yet. So 3 years ago, that would have been a bad decision. 2 years ago, all of a sudden it became clear that Molten VK became a thing. It looked like more and more devices were supporting Vulkan. So the choice was simply made let's build a Vulkan renderer instead of optimizing the OpenGL3 renderer, because that's where that's where the future lies. So I fully support that that decision. I think once Godot 4 gets released, there's still a bunch of things to solve and to improve and to do. Once it's out there, I think it's gonna make good on a lot of promises. So looking forward to that. Well, Hillis, I think there is that's the only way. That's a reality, again, we don't have a whole bunch of people on staff who are going to test the hell out of these things, right? So as much as people frown on testing in production, and that is not ideal, it is just a reality of life. Once we get bigger and bigger, we will have more options to demand a higher level of quality before we put something out into the world. But right now, the reality simply is that, and we had it with a number of things in the past so far, and sometimes it bites us in the ass, where just the only way to get something tested is to actually release it and say, people, here's this functionality, go and use it. We obviously want people to do that when it's still a PR, but that's the other thing, right? When you work on a PR, there's only a handful of people who even know how to build a copy of Godot with your work in it. We have the nightly builds, but that's a nightly build of master. That's not a nightly build of master with your PR in it. So I think there's a little bit to go. Rodzilla, you're gonna miss the fun if I finally get started to actually doing some development. Having too much fun talking. Have a good lunch, mate. Enjoy. My mug gets green screen. Oh, this one. Does it? I can't. That's hilarious. It's not green. It's actually blue. So, but yeah, I think the chroma key is probably close enough to I need to watch that back, if I don't forget, because I can only see it on like a post stamp size thing to see what it does, and then with a delay. But yeah, I can see that some of it gets chroma keyed out. That's hilarious. Yeah, I do use a green screen, simply because you don't want to see what's behind the green screen. That's how it's a mess. Okay. Yeah, the other thing is that I wanted to say about the turnkey-ness of Godot is obviously that's the feedback that I'm getting from a lot of people who actually use Godot. But for me, the most fun confirmation about that I'm actually doing something to be proud of is when I get the same reaction from people who are in this industry. And that's not to say that the people who are making games with Godot VR aren't in this industry. You look at some of the stuff that is right now being made. We've got Michael, who's doing VR Workout, who is now being featured on prominent VR pages, and he is he's now being part of a fitness what's it called, like some sort of fitness conference sort of thing. I'm not quite sure what the best name for it is, but his game is being featured and being shown in positive light, and it's made in Godot, and that's really, really cool, because it shows that Godot has moved out of the sphere of just being this toy that you can do some VR experimenting with to, hey, you can actually make some serious games with this, and people are actually making things that are successful. I'm not aware of anybody who's made a bunch of money with a Godot VR game. I hope that's going to happen at some point in time, but you're getting those. But when I look at something like, the people that I talk to at Oculus, or the people that I talk to at Valve, And when they, when I show them what I've done, and they sort of going like, "Hey, we like this. This looks really good. We really like how you approach this." I was having a discussion with Ruin, who's the Valve Tech here in Australia that I work together with from time to time. Um, because he was sort of mentioning about some of the ideas and things that I mentioned about what I like and don't like about OpenXR. They sort of gone like, "Hey, do you want to be, part of the Kronos advisory board or whatever that's called?" Which, who knows? I might join it if I'm invited. It will be interesting. But I'm sort of going like, you know, you've got people on the board there who are working for Unreal or working for Unity or working for Oculus or Valve, who have done this day in, day out for the past 10 years, or however long VR has now been in its revival, uh, as their primary job. And here I come as this guy who's worked on this, this little game engine that could doing VR support in my spare time, a couple of hours a week. Um, Jean has said it before. It's a good dose of imposter syndrome that you deal with at that point in time. But at the same time, as much as I don't have the background as a lot of these people, I don't have the experience as a lot of these people because I just haven't worked in VR at that level yet. Obviously that's where I want to get to because of my passion for VR and how much I love it. But regardless of that, I found my own way in doing things. And maybe because I have a different view on it, or I come from a different corner, or because of Godot itself. I contribute a lot to the philosophies behind Godot itself, where Godot targets a lot less technical people than a lot of the other game engines. A lot of the other game engines, although for Unreal, this also doesn't really apply that much anymore. Sorry, my screensaver keeps jumping in. Unreal is also starting to cater much more towards artists than programmers to make games, which is, I think, a really good development because that's really going to push this industry forward in my eyes. Godot has got the same thing because Godot has been so has had such a big market share within the indie game development, where you have a lot of people who may not have 15 20 years of experience in game development. A lot of these guys are either people who switched from another industry and been playing games their whole life, and eventually they're like, I actually really want to make a game. I'm going to find a game engine that I can actually make my game in. Or, a lot of people who come straight out of university and say, I want a game career. I'm going to, do these things in an engine like Godot. I'm going to make my own game. I'm going to be, the next Jonathan Blow or something like that. That's what we target. And that's core to the design philosophy in Godot is, and this is what I find very funny, and also in a lot of discussions about people saying, well, this doesn't perform well, or GG script is so much slower than C#, or the node system has got waste and isn't as efficient as ECS or whatever. But what it is efficient in is it makes game development simpler for a certain group of people. And a certain group of people can make a game much faster in Godot than they can in another environment, or can do it with much less experience and background knowledge, get somewhere because of the intuitiveness of this engine within a certain group of people. And that's my argument very often, where I say it's not all about raw performance. It was Mrs. E, or what a weird handle the guy has. Who said it on Twitter yesterday, I think it was, where he sort of made the point like, oh, I finally ran into a performance issue with GGScript because I was looping through 2,000 vertices every frame. And I'm sort of going, yeah, that's indeed not what GGScript is intended for, and has never claimed to be good for. The reality simply is that when you look at a game engine, especially one that does all the rendering on the GPU, which is nowadays is every game engine, that means that you've got, if your game runs at 60 frames per second, you've got 1/60th of a second to do your work. You're going to be doing the preparation of the next frame while the GPU is rendering the current frame image. There's a parallelism there. So you really have almost the full 1/60th of a second to do your game logic in. And while to a human that seems like a very tiny amount, for a computer, you know, is your script really going to take more performance than your graphics hardware is rendering your thousands and thousands of, or tens of thousands of polys on screen? You have to be doing some crazy shit in your code before you fill up that 1/60th of a second and you start hitting bottlenecks. Now, it happens. Very often happens because people work against the grain of the engine. They don't know what the efficient way to do a certain thing in the engine is, and therefore do it in a way that in Godot is inefficient. Might not be inefficient in another language or in another game engine. It's inefficient in Godot. And therefore they say, oh, shit, Godot is slow. It doesn't work for me. No, you're just not doing it the way that the engine is able to do it efficiently. Pushing vertices around in a loop where you're handling 2,000 vertices is not one of those things. That is an ideal scenario where you're going to say, now it's time to break out other tools. Either build a module, build a GD native plugin, or what Mizumi said he did is, okay, I'll switch over to Mono and I'll do that part in C#. Problem solved. Well, Shashank, Facebook beat them to it. They were the first ones who decided to help us financially. They're helping, dude. Valve was gracious enough to give me one of their headsets. They gave Jean one of their headsets. This laptop that I'm working on was a gift from Valve, which I'm internally grateful for, because my old laptop would not have been able to do the things that I do with the Index. If you have any idea about how much time Valve sunk into helping me this week, they might not have put money into our bank account for this particular project. They are there. They are helping us. Same with Oculus as well. It's quite funny going back, 2.5, 3 years ago when I first was introduced to people both at Valve. Valve was always the ones that were most enthusiastic just to talk to us and sort of going like, oh, we really like Godot, but then it was praise and that was it. Oculus was actually, they had a couple of people who wanted to help us, but just were very honest and upfront and saying, guys, you're just not at high enough in the list right now because nobody is doing something serious enough that we can justify this, which is, which was true. 2.5 years ago, we had the first VR version of Godot running, and that was about it. That's changed and is changing now. We're now at a point where people are seriously contemplating using Godot for their VR projects. I hope that with the help that the financial help that we've now been given by Facebook, will allow us to take the next leap in actually making VR in Godot 3. Sometime halfway this year. I think we're going to have an engine that's doesn't just have VR support, because that part we're going to reach pretty soon. I think, once I've got this task off my plate where I'm now working on the render engine and I can actually fully focus on OpenXR support in Godot 4, I think that's going to go very quick. But then there's still a long road ahead of us of actually making it perform properly and perform up to a similar level as some of our competitors. But we now have the funds to do that. I'm sure that as more people are going to come on board, there are going to be more players, including Valve, who are going to help us out in more than just, spending time with us. And there's other parts as well, right? Don't forget that Valve isn't just working with us on VR. Valve has, Steam is very important to us as well. There are a lot of people who make Godot games, normal desktop games, who want to publish on Steam, and there are things that you are required to do in order to achieve that, and those are things that Valve is helping us with as well. So, yeah. Hi, Saradav. Nice to see you again. How do you meet these industry vets? A big question. I am, it's unfortunate the world events that happened last year and that are still plaguing us right now. But on a personal note, that was devastating. Was that I had my tickets in hand to go to GDC last year. It would have been my very first time to actually go to GDC, a game developer conference in America. And that would have been my first option to actually meet some of these people face to face. Quite frankly, the people that I have met so far initially were mostly because Godot started getting more popular. Remy and Jean actually going to earlier GDCs and similar events, eventually getting to know some of the core people who do business development or helping people like us at companies like Oculus and Valve and Microsoft and all these. You get introduced to those people at these conferences and stuff like that, especially if you have a product that people are starting to see an interest in, and then it slowly grows. At some point they start seeing that you're serious and that you're doing something that they are interested in. And it's the same thing, right? With VR. For me, it was initially I couldn't get any help out of Valve or Oculus. I remember my very first experience on the Oculus forum was posting a couple of questions on how to do certain things with the Oculus SDK, because I was working on support and blatantly getting told you shouldn't be doing this, just use Unity. And I sort of went like, okay, that's a real nice way to talk to a potential game engine that wants to support your hardware. We were just not on the radar. Once you start getting on the radar, and again, you first start talking to some of their business development people. Eventually, when they see that you are worth investing time into, because you're actually doing something that they like and they enjoy, and not just on VR for me, right? I'm piggybacking on all the goodwill that people like John have created by creating a game engine that people are actually using to create games in. That's where Valve's interest comes from, right? They suddenly see a whole bunch of good quality 2D games being published on Steam that are made in this little open source engine, and they're sort of going like, hey, this is actually really cool. We need to support these guys in one way, shape, or form. And at some point, usually you need through trade shows, sometimes through email. Twitter has been amazing. Let's be honest. Twitter is a really interesting place where people start sharing the work that you do, or start commenting on things, or you start commenting on things that they do. And all of a sudden people start connecting some dots, and all of a sudden you get a message and saying like, hey, I work for these and these guys, like what you're doing, can we talk? And sometimes that ends up to something, and sometimes I had some great talks with the guys at Side Effects. I'm a big fan of Houdini. I would love to do Houdini integration. I had some really great talks with them. I had some really great context. It might eventually happen someday. At this point in time, there just isn't enough of a drive there to justify the time. So, and that happens all the time. All right. Here comes my disappearing act on my glass again. Or, I don't think it completely disappears. I think it becomes half transparent. But it is a hot evening here, and luckily it stopped raining outside, which is kind of nice. Although I do like the cool that the rain often gets. So we've had some look at what we're doing here, but here's an empty project that I created, and we're going to see how far we are going to get with this. Now, the thing that I wanted to build, and we have about an hour to see how far we get with it, has got nothing to do with VR. Maybe someday with AR. I've got some ideas in the back of my head to do something with AR with this. But I've been wanting to do a very simple dungeon game. Just for now, I'll be happy if we can get a character to run around a dungeon. But one of the things that I really wanted to make was a dungeon that sort of extends itself endlessly. And I've played some board games lately, and I've played some other games lately, and I've watched some of the tutorials online of people doing level generation and stuff like that. Yeah, I've got an idea in my head, and I want to see if I can actually realize it. No idea if we're going to have enough time in one night to do something with it. Yeah, Emilio, Twitter is really the place to be right now when it comes to game development. It's amazing how many top level people in this industry are actually active on Twitter. Not just they're there and sometimes they react, or they like that people include them in tags. You look at how many people are actively engaging, and one of the things that I find really hilarious and fun for me personally, when I learned to do graphics development, I was part of something called the demo scene, which meant that I went all over Europe to go to these competitions and stuff like that, where we just do crazy fun stuff. And I met a lot of friends, and some of those friends I'm still in contact with, some of those friends I've lost contact with. And a number of those friends ended up working in game development. And the really funny thing with Twitter is that every now and then, one of those people pops up and suddenly goes like, didn't we hang out in Norway in 1997 at this and this place? And you find out that they're like a lead engineer at some, big game development company, and sort of go like, oh, well, you certainly landed on your feet. And not just game developers, not just programmers. I know guys who were artists or musicians who now are scoring or drawing images or 3D modeling for some of the bigger games in the world. Yeah, so it's an interestingly small world in some ways, which is it's a lot of fun. Anyway, so my project here is completely empty, and I'm just going to go and create a main scene just so that we have it. And the other thing is, I downloaded Kay Loosberg, and I've been told that she's Dutch. I hadn't heard of this person since about 3 or 4 hours ago. I had this set of dungeon building assets that I downloaded about 2.5 years ago, and I've wanted to do something with them, and I've lost them. So I was asking Remy, like, you originally posted about these things being open source and being available. Do you remember which ones it are? And can I download them somewhere? And he said, I got no idea what you're talking about. But this person has got some cool dungeon art. Can you use this? And he gave me the link to this. And I went like, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Just as, well, I'll be using them as placeholder art, but looking at, I haven't tried them. I have no idea how well they work in Godot. But space stations closed due to Corona. 1997, I wasn't even born yet. Yeah, I'm old, dude. Oh, what happened with the VR space game? I'm going to come back to that soon. Quite frankly, well, you did mention that you hadn't been around for a little bit, so you missed all this. So when Corona hit, my day job became a lot more hectic. That was one of the reasons why I actually started streaming more instead of making tutorials, which is something that I really want to get back into, because tutorials are really the thing that I really enjoy putting out there, because looking at the number of people who are coming to me even today, 2 years after I started it, saying, I just watched your vehicle tutorial and it helped me so much. I'm now making a racing game in Godot. That's what I do it for. Just enabling people in that way. So I really want to get back to tutorials. But as a result, I started streaming. I'm now at episode 31, so 31 weeks in. Amazing how time flies. That's why I started doing the space game. Then when eventually it became clear that I was going to be able to be hired by Godot, and I started getting into a position where I needed to start looking at, okay, how do I make an exit from the company that I'm working for? Because up until a couple of weeks ago, I was lead developer at a company that makes business software. The result of that was that I got even busier than before. So I really got into a position where OpenXR was the only thing that I was really working on, and I was really only working on it when I was streaming. So the last bunch of streams in the last month or two have all been around building the OpenXR plugin. I've done one or two other things, and I went back to doing something with the vehicle demo again, because I still wanted to do the whole gear shift thing. So I spent some time on that. But I really got into a point where I am now with the space game at a point where I need to start really designing the interior of the carrier ship that we're in. I really need to start designing a mission system. And I got to a point where I just couldn't find the time to do that. So my focus was on rounding things off at my previous employer. And that ended 2 weeks ago. And now, of course, this week and last week have all been about getting up to speed with working for Godot. That's probably going to still, take most of my time for the next week or two. In the very near future, and I'm really talking about the next week or two, I want to start on that process of getting back into the space game and getting back into working out what the plan is for, okay, how am I going to do the next steps before I do a stream again on actually taking one of those next steps. Because simply because I need to work stuff out on paper. I'm really at that point right now where I can't just wing it during a live stream anymore. I really need to start working out some things and start making a plan that I'm going to work against. So yeah, it is on hold right now. It is something that I've been dying to get back to, and we will get back to really, really shortly. This is just a plaything, and we're not going to finish it tonight. So I might spend tonight's stream and a little bit of the next stream on it, or we'll see how it goes. This is just an idea that's been playing in my head for a while. This is not going to turn into a game or anything. Might in the future at some point in time. I might re-pick it up because I do have a picture in my head where I want to go to eventually. Right now, I just want to play out an idea. I just want to play around with it, and it's a fun thing. If we can get it to work by the end of next stream, it'll be a fun bit of content, and hopefully people will learn a bit from it. Anyway, I found this thanks to Akian. I actually, because this is fully free. This is fully CC0. But when you download it, they ask you, give what you think it's worth. The default was $4, so I paid the $4. I just want to check it out. If I like it, I might give this person some more money. They probably, just looking at these screenshots, this is cool art style. I like it. So yeah. Anyway, so I went and downloaded those, and she has a bunch of animations and stuff to go with it as well. I did download them, but I didn't really look into them yet. Right now, I'm just interested in the tiles that we need to work. But I did have some problems with importing because I'm working on a development build of Godot here, and well, at the beginning of the stream, you saw me recompiling it. Because I hadn't updated for a little while, and the FBX importer, which of course is being worked on right now, kept crashing on one of the files. And instead of wasting time on that during the stream, I just deleted the FBX files, which is going to be probably a bit of an issue because the animations are based on that. And I just kept the GLTF files for now. So if we open one of these, just to have a look at it. So that's an arrow. That's not what I need. So let's go for a, let's see what a pillar looks like. Ooh, it's a bit bigger. So there we go. We got a pillar. How cool is that? All right. Is that missing textures or does it just have base colors? Okay, so we have a stone material here. And that indeed does not have an albedo. And that's probably because of the way that these materials were designed. Or did I throw away too much? That's possible. Maybe I threw away the... Maybe I threw away the textures. Hang on for a second. Downloads. Dungeon pack. Models. Does it come with textures? Doesn't have textures in here. Doesn't have textures in here. There's sample images. Does it not come with textures? Maybe it doesn't actually have to come with textures. Might not even need to. They actually look like they're just normally colored. Yeah, they might not actually be textured. They might just be using different material colors. That's all right. Of course, I didn't. Let's actually copy that into place. This is the dungeon. So this next step is probably overkill. But I like to do it because of the lighting. Just when I'm starting out. And that is to go to any of my other projects, like here. And go and copy my HDR things. Now this one I've got in here for some reason. Where's Godot? Dungeon. Assets. Done. There we go. Cool. People Tress. Background. Nope. That one. There we go. Okay. That just gives it a bit of a more correct color. Now, I don't have a sun set up yet. We'll do that later. I just wanted to have a look at what that looked like. Don't save. I do want to save my... not you. Just need to make sure that my environment is saved. Yeah, it's probably... Now, it's just normal material colors. Yeah, Emilio, the sky is horrible because it's a blue sky, so it's basically just ambient light being reflected based on the environment. What Godot really should have is a default sunlight in there somewhere. I can't remember who it was, but someone did a video about setting up your lighting in a basic scene, and he went through some color changes on the background, putting up a proper directional light in the system, explaining how you line it up with the sun and everything like that. Properly color balancing it in your settings and making a really nice default look and feel. But the problem is, it's a combination of default settings on your environment and a bunch of default objects in your scene. And that is obviously something that you just don't get. You don't want that every time that you create a new scene, because you don't want a sun in every scene. You don't want all that stuff set up in every scene. Now, that said, I haven't played a lot with it yet, but obviously in Godot 4 we now have the actual the sky is based on actual physical sky calculations of proper lighting calculations. And that does look a lot better. The other thing that's really interesting is that the new sky shader reacts on your directional light. And that's actually a problem, because if you don't have a directional light, everything's dark. You have to have a light. Without a light, everything stops. Well, one of the ways that you could do that, which I probably will, just not on my main scene, is actually just create a new scene, and I just grab a couple of those and just drag them in there. Oh, drag them on top of the node. There we go. So there's all these. Oh, but they're all in the same place. That's maybe not so good. So here we got a large tile set. Hang on. No, I'm going to use my snap. There we go. So I think that is actually meant... So that's a small tile set, large. Oops. No, don't do that. Oh, those are the shattered ones. Here we got some wood stuff, things. So one of the things that I need to start looking at, because these are... I'm actually going to go... I'm going to do this differently. All right. What I'm going to do is... I'm going to go back into my downloads folder. Because she also... now that I know that they're not textures, that it's actually the color of the materials, I'm actually going to grab the OBJ files. I'm going to go and grab that one. And we're just going to dump those in there. And the reason I'm using OBJ files, or putting the OBJ files in, let's go and, is we can start looking into using this as a tile set, as a grid map set. All right. So let's go and have a look at the OBJ versions of these. Let's see. Let's go and have a look at the tiles. Oh, they're like that then. Oh, it didn't redraw right away. That was funny. Okay, so why do these look all crappy? Is that just because of the tiles that I'm using? All right, I want to compare that to the GLTF because I have a feeling that these are not colored at all. So let's go and grab. If that's how I'm gonna stick to the GLTF files, and we're just gonna be using those. This is. Let's go and dump this one in, and that one is properly colored. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're not going to be using the LBA files. That's weird. Usually it does parse the material files properly, but oh, that's in the. I'm just going to go check. Okay, that's all good. All right. But you are right. One of the things that would be really nice if these all had some sort of preview thingy in there. We don't have something that we can say that we want to see that. Oh well. All right. Do we have something inside of? Now those are just the characters, okay. So here are all our different tiles. So we have a bit of a look of what we have. This is pretty cool. All right. So I wonder how... Okay, I want to go back to the website for a second. Oh, why didn't it go to the website? Oh, because I was on the website. I just, oops, didn't have that. So when we look at something like this, for instance, where she's put one together, you can have a bit of a look at how the tile set will be used. Now, the other thing that I really want to do is I want to have a look at the sizes of the tiles that we have. So we need to find out. I'm going to make this a bit bigger so I can really see the. Let's go and make the new scene again. Because my idea is to create a number of rooms that become components to start building our whole dungeons. And I want all the rooms to be the same size. And we'll have a piece of logic that will start adding more of these tiles as you move around. You know, every time that you enter a new tile, we'll check if there are tiles on all the borders of that tile, and any borders that don't have a tile, they'll get a random tile assigned. But we're going to decide which tiles we can add in depending on the number of walls that we already are against based on the neighboring tiles. That sounds like a bug that was already solved, Deco, because we did have a problem with the sky map. Again, this is the thing here, right? Let me find a proper. It'll take a while before I figure out what all the names are for. And again, I think the whole idea, of course, is that normally you would actually have a little image that shows us what. That would be a good enhancement for Godot, by the way, that we have thumbnails for all these, so we can actually see what we're dealing with. All right, where are we? Why can't I find it? Or is it like one of these that we need to? Well, that is kind of like one of the tiles that we can use. So that is that one, basically. Okay, so let's have some fun with this just to demonstrate. So I'm going to go and make this editable just so that I can see the image inside, or this thing inside. And I'm just going to go to the material. And obviously we're not going to keep this. But when you make that all metallic, and we bring the roughness down, we can see that the environment gets reflected in this, right? So here you can see that our sky is reflected in that because we've got our metallicness set high, and that's all is it grid view? How do I turn on the grid view for this? Is that in here? No, that's just the dock position. It wasn't in here. Oh, hold on. Yeah, but it's not actually showing us thumbnails for these. That's the problem. It's doing it for all these, and I don't know if that's just because we've never opened it. No, that doesn't. Okay, if I just do open anyway. Yeah, I can't save that. So it doesn't create thumbnails for these, which is really, really annoying. I thought that it did, but it didn't. Anyway, my point is that our HDRI that we have is actually being reflected in any material that is that has a metallicness set to it. And the bug on the Glass 2 driver was on certain GPUs. Our background image is stored in multiple bitmaps and multiple levels of quality, from high resolution to very low resolution version of the image. And the final version of that bitmap was black. And that is what you were seeing reflected in the meshes. But as far as I'm aware, that bug's being fixed. So not quite sure why you're still experiencing that. Anyway, I'm going to turn editable children off again. The thing that I wanted to do is I want to see how big this thing is. And for that, I need a mesh instance. And I'm going to go and create a cube. There we go. All right. So 8 by 8, that's too big. 7 by 7, 6 by 6. That looks about what it is. So this big tile is 6 by 6 meters, I guess we could call it that. Yeah, I think that also does just the OBJ files. And again, we could use the OBJ files. But then we have to just double check all the materials because I think that it's not creating the materials properly. I'm not sure why. Anyway, yeah, that looks about right. So the large the large version of this is 6x6. Okay, that's fine. So let's do the same thing for. I'm just going to take you out again. That's fine. And now I'm going to put medium in there. I'm going to bet that that's going to be 4x4. That was a pretty good guess. And that means that a small one is probably going to be 2 meters by 2 meters. Perfect. Sweet. That's really cool. So we're going to make rooms with this. Okay, so for that, I'm going to create a new folder called scenes. Oops. And inside that, I'm going to create a new folder called rooms. And now we're going to have to decide on a size for the room. I think this is going to be one tile. We're going to make, I want to make our game tile based, but I don't want to build our world from one tile at a time. I don't really want to use grid maps for that. I don't think grid maps is the right tool in this case. So are we going to stick by 6x6 because that's what that large tile is, or is that going to be too much of a constraint? You might want to make the default room size a bit bigger. 8x8, that'd be good. The other thing, of course, is how we're going to center this. We could try that. So in the import settings, you're saying if we... Actually, that's a really good idea. Because right now... No, we want that single scene, that's fine. Materials, yeah, I want those on the mesh. I want that as materials, yeah. And the meshes, files as mesh, re-import. Okay, so now we're going to go and get our arrow mesh in here. Is that, and that is shown as a proper thing. Okay, cool. That's good. Okay, perfect. Okay. Import separate materials, objects. All right, we're just going to go and do that. Is that now also going to, or do I need to edit all these now? Yeah, I think, okay, we can do that. Simply by, because now I've made that the default. What we now need to do is we're going to delete all the import files. So the import files Godot creates will have all our settings. So by deleting them, we're clearing that all out. And now it's creating new ones. Now the big question is it going to adhere to the default that I just set, or did I do that wrong? Well, I'm seeing lots of mesh files, so I think it's working. So it's now extracting all the meshes into mesh files, which kind of means that I don't need the GLTF files anymore. I'm just going to use the mesh files. And if it then shows the mesh files as previews, boom. That was a good tip, thanks. So it doesn't show it like it, if I do it this, so I do need to keep this nicely like so. All right. Now, the downside is now I don't need my GLTF files anymore. So, hmm. I can live with that. Yeah, 3.2.4 will is currently being tested and is in release candidate 2 now, I think. Once that's all done and dusted, that's going to be released. And seeing that Godot 4 probably will still take a couple of months before that is actually officially released, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to have a 3.2.5 or whatever number it will get at some point in time, because there are still lots of people who are building things for that. So pretty cool. All right. So now we need to decide on how are we going to yeah, I could delete them, but I don't really want to do that. I kind of I have this principle that I want to leave my assets folder as untouched as possible. So I don't mind Godot generating files into that from source, but I don't want to delete the source files that I'm using. And the reason why is I'm basically everything that I place in my assets folder are assets that I've gotten from third parties. And by keeping them in their original form, and this is also why I leave things like this in place so that they can see exactly who I downloaded these assets from and what their license is and stuff like that. I like that to be part of my project. And I think that's even more important when I upload stuff to GitLab for sharing. Now with this, I do have a problem because when I look at Kenny is very straightforward. My assets, just use them, right? If you want to support me, go and support me on Patreon. Because K is basically saying you're free to distribute these, but please, donate some money to me if you do use them. I'm now using them for this project, but if I would now upload this project to GitHub for everybody to just grab, especially if it's like, okay, someone's going to download to start making their own little dungeon thing with, then I would feel wrong about that because even though I'm legally fine because of the way that she's made her assets available, I think it's really important to support artists, especially artists who are this liberal in providing high quality assets online for free for people to use for projects like these. And again, I don't expect anybody to, if you're just doing a game jam project or you're just doing a private project, I think it's really great that you have people like these who are saying, okay, go and use it. I don't need your money that bad. If you don't have a budget because you're not actually planning to make any money out of whatever you're doing, go and have fun with my assets, fine. But if you end up building a game, or like me, who is, when I look at my YouTube channel, I have a Patreon page. I get, can't live on it, but I get a couple of dollars every month. I love spending some of that money on things like these because I think these people deserve it. I make content as a result for my YouTube channel. It attracts more people. We all help each other in that way. So I think it's really important that people realize that artists put a lot of work in this, and that shouldn't be taken for granted. And at least I believe it shouldn't be. All right. So size, what are we going to make? I don't care about height because we're not going to go up and down. We're going to do whatever height this allows us to do. We're purely going to be thinking about, okay, what is the grid layout of our rooms? Every room is going to be the same size. Now we had that 6x6 element, but I feel that the 6x6 one is too small. I'm thinking 10x10. And what I'm going to do for that is I'm actually... I'm going to go and delete this guy. Seeing I'm always going to have a floor on every tile, I'm going to make a base room that I'm going to inherit from. And I'm actually going to put a slab underneath to use as a guide. That one will probably hide once we actually start rendering. So I'm going to go and kill this one room. Now we're going to go and save that in our rooms folder. So that's going to become our base. I don't really want to call it room base. I'm just going to call it room. I'm going to call this guide. We're going to make this 10 by 10. There we go. I'm just having a look that is, yeah. I want that to be sunk. So how far down is this? -1. That's about half down. All right. You know what? I'm going to also put a script on this. That's going to be our base script. And what I'm going to be doing right now is I'm just going to say guide.visible is false. And I guess it's a little wasteful to have that as a node. Then again, because of the way that this is going to be inherited, I don't think it's going to matter much as far as memory or anything like that is concerned. Yeah, I was thinking about moving them to another folder. My main concern is that if I move them to another folder, if Godot decides to re-import it, then I'll suddenly have them in 2 places. So unless there was a way to tell the import settings that I actually wanted this in a subfolder instead of in the main folder. It's animations, okay. I'm happy with it. You know, it doesn't really matter that much. So that's just going to be our guide. It's going to hide our room. That's really, really cool. So now we're going to go and create our first room. New inheritance room. Okay, so now I need to think of... I'm actually just going to call that room 01. There we go. Oh, this is the scene that we need to select that we're going to inherit from. And then when we save it, that becomes 101. Okay. Now the other thing that I really want to do is I'm actually going to make that a export. Okay, how did I do flags again? I always forget the syntax for that. That's the wrong window. Okay, Godot export var flags. Ah, perfect. Exactly what I'm looking for. All right, so it'll be an int flags left top right bottom var walls is 0. There we go. Boom. So this should now become a property on every one of these. And basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to tick which of these, what you call it? Which of these sides actually have a wall. Now the problem, of course, is which one's left, right, top, bottom? What do we consider? to be left, right, top, and bottom. Because that obviously needs to be consistent. Yeah, I could Q3 the guide, I guess. I'm not too worried about it. All right, so okay. Top view. Left, top, right, bottom. I think when we're going in top view, that's it. So right is where our arrow goes, and bottom is where our blue arrow goes. Because every time that we go to top, that's how we orient it. So that's the way that we're going to know that we're the right way around. Okay, let's just do that as a... So we need to make sure that we're always looking at it like this. Now this is going to be an open one anyway, so that's all good. So let's go and make a floor for this with our tile. So this one we're going to make a really simple room with. And let's start with that large tile. If I can find it again. And again, seeing how little time we have left, we're not going to make pretty rooms. We're just going to make some simple ones. But the idea is that we're going to make as many room tiles as we can. We're going to go and load them in so that we can figure out how they're configured. And then that's going to become our logic for moving around. Small. All right. As a mesh, I need to actually bring it in like that. Okay. There we go. That's the downside of using meshes. So I'm going to have to go and do that. There we go. I actually want to go top view. Does not remember my snap. It did not remember my snap. So that's the setting per scene. So we're going to move that over there. Okay, so that's a large one. So this should again be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so 6 by 6. Okay, perfect. All right. You know what? I'm gonna go and do it like this. And we're gonna do the 2 by 2s around. Okay. Go and put you here. Oh, that one's too big. Or we're gonna go and do that like this. That's okay. You know what? Let me move that you here. Oh, that's done type A. Okay, so that's now suddenly a different type of... Knew that was going to happen. Placement is not always logical. No, I don't want to have a different style. So I'm going to go for this one. Oh, that's a large crack. No. Child brick B, medium. Oh, so I have the large ones first. Okay. So let's go for this guy. Boom. I thought I deleted this guy. Okay, go away. It's really annoying that it keeps putting it all the way up like that. Okay. Get another one. Okay, I'm going to go this one over here. It's really interesting how that fits like that. Okay. Now I'm going to go and put a small brick in. I really would like it if you just go... Why does it order it like that? I want you at the end. Okay. You need to be on 0 as well. Yep. There we go. We have a beautiful unbroken floor plan. And I think if you look at these, they're all nice and the same, so we don't even see that they're constructed over different size things. Yeah, we're just doing some press 7 on my numpad is not on unlock. Oh yeah, that's also top ortho. All right. Cool. Now, obviously, this is a room that I do want to dress up, but let's do 001 or the 01 room just as a open space. That's all good. Now, just for fun, let's see. Yeah, it's a really cool asset spec, even though we're not utilizing much of this. It's pretty cool. Sorry, I'm just having a look at these. Just because I think I do want something on the corner just for fun. There's that corner one that I just saw. Yeah. Okay. Boom. I wish there was a simple way to just move that just down without it. Okay. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Okay, that needed to be one up to be on the ground. Okay. The only thing that I'm not sure about is this has got an open back. All right. Did we have the other one? Well, I guess. Yeah, I guess we can make that work. So I actually want to go and put this here and then. Okay, yeah. There we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. Cool. All right. Ryan, this is not VR intended just yet. I'm gonna just right now. This is unknown whether this is going to be anything more than a little experiment that I'm doing in just creating an ever expanding dungeon. All right. So this is going to be our room 1. So let's go and make another room. And we're going to go and call that room 02. All right, so we need to make a floor again. floor. Where is my tile A large? That is my tile A large. Okay. So again, same problem. We're probably not doing that. That's probably at a really bad spot now. So let's go and put that in the right spot. Let's go and look. That's always a downside when your focus is in the wrong place. There we go. I want to move this one in the corner again, like so. Sweet. Let's go and put this one in. So I don't know why it's placing it at 240. It doesn't really make sense to me. Excuse me. Yeah, the procedural dungeon is eventually the idea of this, but I need to make a few basic rooms first. I'm probably going to go and duplicate some of these just to speed it up, because I'm not going to make a lot of variety right now. All right, so same principle as before. This is likely going to be in a really bad spot again. Go like this. Okay. There we go. All right, so here we can see some little corners in the thing, but I'm more than happy about that. That's fine. Like 7. So in this case, for this room, I want to start with putting a wall on the left. So we're going to take that to indicate that we're going to have a wall on the left. And let's go and have a look at what are our wall sections. So this is a wall. Let's put down a wall. Boom. There we go. That's probably, again, in a really weird spot. That actually needs to be 1 high to be on the ground. Rotate that 90 degrees. And that's actually going to be like that. That's not the type of wall. Do I have a wall that's empty on one side? There we go. Wall single side. That's what we need. Okay, let's just put it in there. Wall single. Let's go and fix up. Oh, this time it's in the right place. That's good. 90. Perfect. Okay, let's double check if that's still on the right side. 7. Perfect. That's exactly where it needs to be. All right. So now the big question is, if we have a corner, let's go put the corner in there. That should not have done that while that's selected. Corner. Okay, so that's where we're going to have a problem. That this is actually designed to be one smaller. Do we have a small wall section that we can use as filler? Maybe we can abuse this one. Okay. Let's see if we move that one over there. I'm going to want to go and... No. There we go. Okay. Would be a shame if we find out that we actually need to make all our tiles one smaller. Don't think I want to deal with that. Okay. Why does it keep doing that? I think I need to make sure that nothing is selected when I drop it. Oops. Okay, but that's... That's not going to work. Do we have a wall section? I don't think so. Well, I think we've just found out that we either need to make our rooms bigger. Eventually, I'm just going to add collision shapes in here. I'm not too worried about collisions right now. But yeah, either I'm going to do normal collisions or I'm going to do a cell-based approach. That's the other thing that I'm thinking about. Basically, when we look at the floor space, we're going to define on which tiles of each of these floors a character can actually stand. And we might do that by nominating grid patterns or something like that. Because in these sort of games, the sort of things that I'm going for, characters will be always in a fixed cell. And, you know, we'll use some path logic to move them back and forward and that sort of thing. So I think because we don't have a wall section that's one section wide, I think we're going to have to go and make that our room size. I want to get one of our characters in. I want to see how big our how big our characters are. Okay. These guys still have the actually, I want a mage. Let's go a mage. Here is our mage. Okay. All right. How big is this guy? Is this guy 2x2? All right. We're gonna make we're gonna make the rooms larger. Executive decision. We're gonna make these things larger. Now we need to find out how large our base room is going to be. So that's too large. Okay. Oh, that's not too bad, actually. I think they're going to be 12. That's good. I don't mind that. Okay, so our room size. Okay, that actually makes sense. Now it makes sense that the large tiles are 6x6. Because that means that 4 tiles can actually be one room. Okay, that's kind of cool. I don't mind that at all. So that means that our corners need to move 1 out. There we go. You're going to go 1 out. And then you're going to go 1 out. Now I want to make at least one room with every possible combination of walls. So that means that we're going to need 16 rooms in total. Why is this? Just perspective is screwing with me. Okay. There we go. I'm actually going to go and make my life easy. Because for these default rules, we're just going to make everything nice and easy. Oops. There we go. So we're going to use 4 of our large ones to fill up the room. There we go. And that's going to be our base. So in our room 2, we're going to do exactly the same thing. Boom. We're going to start with our large one. That needs to be like this and this. Yep, because our wall needs to go 1 back as well. There we go. And now we can say we're going to go like that. Cool. Okay. 1, 2. Actually, I'll do that here as well. 1. Okay. This is nitpicking, I know. Okay, so this is a room with everything open. Then, actually, I want to rename this guy. So let's go in our scenes, in our rooms. So we're going to rename this one to room 00. And we're going to go and rename this guy, oops, to room 01. So for our base ones, we're, and I'm not going to stick to this pattern, but for our base ones, I am, is we're just going to use binaries for keeping track whether we've had all the right rooms. So obviously the first bit is our left bit. So we're going to oh, I think I missed half the chat discussion, guys. Very sorry about that. Scrolling up a little bit. Making rooms. Yeah, at some point I'm going to handle sounds, but I need to actually have good sounds. That's my problem at this point in time. I don't have good sound files to actually make a good tutorial on how you actually do the car sounds on the car game. But I'll get there eventually. So yes, it's going to be a procedural dungeon. Yeah, basically, because the rooms are all the same size, we're going to keep connecting rooms on each side. The reason why I'm marking which sides have walls is I always want to make sure that we only choose a room that actually has a matching opening. Now, at some point in time, we could get stuck, which is going to be interesting. I'm not creating the rooms themselves procedural at this point in time. That may eventually be an option. Or, the contents of the room, so that we still have basic shaped rooms, but they get different contents. Let's go get rid of our mage for now. Sorry, mage, you're going to come back. So yeah, that's my line of thought about this for now. No, transform. Oops. There we go. And I think the last one is actually 0. Keep opening the wrong one. That's not good. And I need to move them one more. This guy too. All right. Perfect. Sweet. All right. So again, if we go to 7, that one is there. Perfect. All right. So, duplicate. And we're going to call that room number 2. All right. Room number 2. Now, room number 2, we're going to move the walls to the top. Okay. So they're right now on the left, they need to go to the top. So let's grab our wall. That looks all right. Move that over here. Now this guy. Why am I not seeing it? Because I'm looking in the wrong spots. There we go. So there's that one. Now I'm going to duplicate this and make it room number 3. Let's open up room number 3. Room number 3, we're going to have the left and top. So we're going to have to duplicate this guy. Rotate 0. Haha. That sounds like a cool game. Hunt the Wild Wampus. Yeah, I'll check out Rodzilla's implementation. That sounds pretty cool. Again, I'm just going off of an idea that I had, and I just want to realize it. And we just need some basic rooms to get that to work. All right. So room number 4 is going to have the wall on the right. So I'm actually going to go and duplicate this guy one more time. So that's going to be room number 4. There we go. So that's not going to be right. So I'm just going to use, binary just to make sure that we have everything. So that's going to be -90. And we can move it over here. We've got save room number 3. And then this one as well. 90. Boom. There we go. All right. It's going to be room number 5. Room number 5. For room number 5, it's going to be left and right. So for that one, we're now going to duplicate this guy. And then obviously that needs to be -90. All right, cool. Let's see. So the next one, actually, I'm going to duplicate this one for. That's going to be 6. Room number 6 is now going to be top right. Duplicate. I think it is. All right. Let's start with that one to now make room number 7. Duplicates. All right. Open room number 7. I have everything. Okay. Do this one. Move it back. 90. Yeah. That doesn't really matter, but we just need walls. All right. This one, duplicate room number 8. Alrighty. And room number 8 is just going to have the bottom one. Oops. Wait. I'm on the wrong one. I need to open the right one. All right. 180. Yeah, I could do that just to maybe put it all together a bit quicker, but because I just wanted to use these as bases, and I want to make many more variations with also things in the room, and it's gonna all be falling apart at some point anyway if we just did that. So I'm happy enough to just do it this way for now. Okay, let's go back to making sure that we're on top. So duplicate, and at this rate, we'll have this done in not that long time. So here's our room number 9. So hold on, did I just duplicate the wrong one? Hold on, I did. Oh well, I can turn this one into number 9 just the same. That's all right. Doesn't matter that much. Okay. Oh, I duplicated it before I saved it. So that made it duplicate the original version. Okay. Top. Again, I don't think I'm actually going to need colliders. Because I think our grid-based system will eventually allow me to do this the right way around. Because I'm just going to nominate which cells in each room we can actually have a character on. Okay. Yeah. Although I think if I had a room with all the walls, it's too late now, but with all the walls and I would just delete the walls that I don't need, we would have been there as well. Okay. Well, 12 is going to be this. So, do I really care about the numbering? I don't think I really care about it. So this is right and bottom. So actually, you know what? I'm going to delete those. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm going to go and make these two the right ones. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, did I just change the wrong room? I think I did. Yes, I did. You know what? Close you, close you. No, I don't want to open you. I want to rename you. Okay, now I'm going to rename this guy. And I'm going to go and rename this one back. So that's 11. That one is 12. That's 13. Boom. So that's left, top, right. Okay. Okay. 14. Okay. And then we are not going to make one. Is that the right way around, or should it be 0? No, there should be 0. Okay. Because number 15 would have all walls closed, and we can never enter a room or reach a room that doesn't have any entry point. So we're not going to be doing that. Yes, I could have simplified things by rotating and stuff like that, but I actually, once I start making more complex rooms, it's going to be, well, I guess, every room we could have a rotated version with. I guess we could do that. Although then also I need to make sure that the cells all align and all that sort of jazz. So, I don't know. I'm kind of happy with doing this. I'm just gonna call this a spatial maze, and we're going to add room 0, 0 at the center here. There we go. All right. All right. I'm thinking about how do we handle, because again, I don't have my grid yet. You know what? What I'm going to do. Yeah, I guess we are going to go and use our physics engine a little bit. Just because right now, we'll see. I actually want this just temporarily because I actually want to save this branch. And I'm going to put you here, and now I'm going to add you in. Okay. Then looking at our base room, yeah, we'll just do area. Go, and I'm going to go and put a collision shape in there. Boom. That's going to be a box shape. And seeing this has extends, it's going to be 6, 6. And I actually don't think I care about the height very much. I'm going to make that 2, but I don't think that matters. I actually want it to be like this. Okay. So yeah, that's going to allow me to detect if something's in the room. That's all right. Let's go and put our character in. So, it's not going to be a final character. It's just going to be something that we're going to use temporarily. So let's go and create a new folder called characters. There we go. And I want to drop in a new scene that's going to become... Not just a spatial is actually fine. So I'm going to call that character. This again is going to become our base. Oops. Save. Not in here. I'm going to put that in characters. Character. There we go. There's our character class. We need to get a script for that as well. Actually, this one I'm going to give a class. Find concepts. Find class name. That's it. This is going to become a character class, which is cool. But for now, I'm just going to implement that as a thing that we can directly control. But that's actually something that I want to change. So now I want to inherit from this guy. There we go. That's going to become our mage. And then for my characters here, there's a character mage. Boom. There's our mage. Cool. Save. Mage. There we go. Okay. Now I want to go, oops, and find a mage. Put a character in there. Now he's again straight through the floor. That's not good. There. Oops. But he needs to start nicely in a cell. Yeah. All right. Cool. He's facing down. I don't want him to face down. So I'm going to transform you 180 degrees. Boom. There we go. Hey, Lily Bites, how you going? Okay. So, actually, change type. Let's make that a kinematic body, even though I'm not really using it as a kinematic body. I'm just using that so that we can detect entering stuff and exiting stuff. Because if I'm correct, my area can detect okay. Here we go. Thanks. Need that. There we go. The other thing that we, of course, need, and we're just going to make it follow our mage. Camera. There we go. I want you to be a child of our mage, which means that I, of course, need to go and do this back. So, I'm just going to go put that like this. I actually want a pivot point for this. Boom. There we go. Pivot. Oh. Why won't it let me rename that? Pivots. Okay. I might actually move that a bit further out. Way out. There we go. There we go. That's good enough for now. All right. If we run this, we should now at least have our. Oh. All right. I think we may want our camera a little bit closer than that. Let me go and preview that guy. Somewhere like that. Okay. We'll eventually put some camera control on that we can actually rotate our camera. That's all fine. I hope you had a good sleep, Lily Bites. I'm doing fine. Getting a bit late for me. It's already, what is it right now? Almost 1. I'm not going to be busy too long. But at least I want to see if he... because the character is only just a placeholder, so I don't really care what that guy does. We're probably not even going to make it do anything more than just move a cell up and down. Bailey, this is unknown at this point in time, whether it's going to be VR or AR or just a normal game. Right now, I'm just testing out a mechanism for having a never-ending dungeon. We basically can walk around, and the dungeon just generates itself as we walk around it, yeah, take it from there. And as far as an open world game for Android, define open world game. If you want to make the next Far Cry on an Android phone, then I don't think you're going to get very far. So you have to define what your open world game is going to be like. Like a 2D open world game. Sky's the limit with those things. So I wouldn't mind doing something like that at some point in time. All right, so for now, I'm just going to make a really, really simple script on our character, where we're just going to just move it forward if we press a button. I might actually do it with an animation. I'm not quite sure yet. We need to define our collision protocol thing first. So, not a polygon. Why did I put a collision polygon there? That's crazy. Collision shape. There we go, and that's going to become a box shape. And that's actually fine, but I want it to make it higher. And again, these are extends, so if I'm going now into my mage, that should now be a nice box. Oh, my mage is way smaller than that. So let's just do it like this. There we go. And again, in this case, I'm just using this as a detector. I just want to see if my mage character is being... Actually, let's go and run our scene again. We should get hello mage. So it detects that our mage is in our room, which is exactly what I want, because whenever our character enters a room, I want to send a signal back to my maze logic and say, go and see if all the rooms around it are actually set. So let's start with that logic. So let's start. Oh, we need to go and define our maze logic here. Great. So the first thing that we're going to be doing, we're going to go and I'm just going to use a dictionary for this right now. Dictionary. And call that maze. I'll let you guys go and discuss about the possibilities of open world games. You are constrained both in graphics capabilities of an Android phone, memory of an Android phone, and most importantly, space on an Android phone. You can make some really, really cool games if you know what you're doing. But you're picking one of the most difficult subjects to make a game with. Now, again, in 2D world, it becomes... a lot of the principles become a lot easier. It's very doable in 3D if you know what you're doing. But it's not something that you explain in 5 minutes on a stream. So, yeah, there's that. All right. So, excuse me. So when our maze starts... Oh, I don't need that. Why doesn't it not like that I'm trying to create a dictionary here? This is what you get if you worked all day long in a different language. You forget the right syntax. I've been doing C coding all day long. Lilybite, indeed. While I am a firm believer that you can do a lot by adding the logic in. Open world is a class of games on its own. So yeah, not something that you generally just do in just any random engine that doesn't have specific logic around that sort of stuff. And again, it really depends on what do you mean by open world. Like that's why I said if it's going to be a Far Cry type game or Fallout or something like that. And although again, if you would make a Fallout 1 clone, I firmly believe you could build Fallout 1 in Godot. Absolutely, no ifs or buts. Fallout 3, even though Fallout 3 runs on a very old engine, you really need to know what you're doing if you want to make a game like that in Godot. If you want to run it on Android, yeah. I'm not saying it's not possible. I think if you know what you're doing and you know the engine really, really well, then it is something you can tackle. If you have to ask, can I do this on Android? You're probably already behind. Yeah, you have to learn a whole bunch of things about how open world games work, how they are structured, how do you make something like that run? Because the biggest thing that people don't realize about open worlds is you're only ever seeing a very small part of the world, and you only ever have a small part of the world loaded in memory. The biggest, most complex thing of a 3D open world game as a Fallout 3 or Far Cry or Horizon Zero Dawn, which is a very open world as well, is figuring out how to navigate through a world and loading the next bit of the world in as you're approaching it and unloading the bits that you're far away from. All that sort of stuff and the level of detail in implementations. You do not get any of that out of the box in Godot. And I don't think there are a lot of game engines on the market that give you enough. Definitely not in the I get an engine for free class. You can always call the guys at Gorilla and pay them a whole bunch of money and get the Diaspora engine, and that's what Kajimo did. But that's of course a class of its own. That is, by the way, one of the most impressive engines ever built, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that because I know people who work in it, but just everything that I've learned about how Gorilla's engine works is just mind-boggling, especially when you consider that these guys, before they built Horizon Zero Dawn, were doing FPS shooters, which are basically single-level type deals. So, where you just load a level, play through the level, load the next level. Very different ball game than an open world monster like Horizon Zero Dawn. Especially considering that thing runs on a freaking PlayStation 4. Amazing work. Yeah, the little bit exactly. There are engines that target open world, but they're usually closed source. I can't think of many engines that you can just buy off the shelf or download off the shelf. I haven't tried out Unigine, so I can't comment on that one. Well, that's a need, Bailey. That's a need for your generation of the world. Yes, you can do a lot that way, but still managing all your resources so that because you can't load the whole world in memory. That's just not how it works. And to a great extent, we're blessed nowadays. One of the most interesting pieces that I ever read on the subject of open worlds engines is I think it's on Gamma Sutra. There is an article, either Just Cause 2 or Just Cause 3, one of the two. They talk about, I think it's Just Cause 2. They talk about the system that they built for loading in new parts of the world as you're navigating through that. And they had a really big problem that the main character in Just Cause can fly through the world pretty fast. So they really had to find a way that they could load in the sections that they needed. And they went to a point And again, today that's not needed anymore because the hardware is just fast enough. But what a lot of people forget is that it's actually not even your computer that is important here. It's the speed of your disk. And they were running this through the main storage on I think it was made for PlayStation 3, if I recall correctly. So you are basically dealing with the biggest bottleneck being the speed at which you can load stuff from the CD. This is a terrain engine that is optimized to the point where every sector of terrain is actually stored multiple times on the disk, so that from any direction that you're coming, the drive heads are in the right place to load the next section of terrain as fast as possible. These guys had to write an optimizing routine to figure out where on the freaking CD physically each sector of terrain is saved so that they could load it in fast enough. That's the complexity that you're dealing with in an open world on that level. Full 3D, full open. Yeah, today you don't see that anymore because the disk drives are much faster. You look at the PlayStation 5, which has one of the fastest SSDs in the world that you have access to. So you just load that stuff on there and nobody really cares about load times of, that doesn't become your problem. Or you go, the way that, what's that game called? The space game, the procedural space game that everybody loved and then it came out and everybody was disappointed with. And then nowadays it's actually pretty good and living up to its reputation, but everybody sort of abandoned it. Hello Games made it. Damn it, why can't I think of the name of that game? The Rage engine, exactly. Well, Suicidal Banana. Actually, that is the point, right? There are a number of really good, specialized open world engines out there that are closed source, and some of these are indeed you can buy a license to these things, but you have to be a pretty good studio. Yeah, No Man's Sky. That's the one I was thinking about. And that's why I what's Gorilla's game engine called? Diaspora or something? Decima, that's the name. Decima. So the Decima game engine that they wrote for Horizon Zero Dawn, obviously now is used by Kojima to what's Kojima's that crazy Death Stranding. I played it for a bit. I didn't, beautiful game, but I don't get it. That's I think what a lot of people think of Kojima's game, but anyway. But yeah, it is. Oh, it actually has its origin in Shadowfall. Just reading the Wikipedia page here, and yeah, they turned it into an open world engine for Horizon Zero Dawn. So yeah, so it does happen that those sort of game, that's so that those sort of game engines are eventually licensed out. That's how ID Soft, of course, made their name, with licensing out all their engines after they made enough money with the game that they made with it. But not something that mere mortals like us will easily be able to use. All right, so I'm going to assume that there's only going to be one starting tile. I'm actually going to make that a remark there. Assuming actually, no, let's just go through our existing tile. Let's check. Existing tiles. Okay. So, for child in get children. All right, so now we need to figure out. That's a function, Maz. Yeah. So basically, I want to create an entry in the maze. Oh, the very old ones they did. But obviously, you know, their current engine isn't. You know, that's a fun thing about ID is that they once they move on from the engine that is their current generation. At some point, they do tend to release the source code to the older ones. You know, like you can get the source code to the original Wolfenstein engine and the original Quake engine and stuff like that. Yeah, 1 through 3, exactly. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I still call them ID. I'm more stuck at some point in my head. Okay. So, let's make life easy and just make that a dictionary as well. Entry, node. Child. So we're just gonna put that in there so that we have an easy reference to it. Might not even need it. Walls. Child dot. Walls. Okay, now we need to figure out. Same problem as before. Like I said, it's annoying when you have used a different, not new, is it just dictionary like that? To create a new dictionary? Yeah, perfect. If you've been using another language the whole day long, switching to GGScript takes a minute. Yeah, since Bethesda bought them, I'm not surprised if they. Although, you know, well, I guess John Carmack isn't around there anymore anyway. I don't think he was a big fan of that initially as well, or at least not early on. But I could be wrong. The guy did amazing work, though. There's a smart cookie for you. Yeah, Bethesda's acquisition, now Microsoft buying Bethesda, it's going to be interesting to see what that's going to bring. I'm a big Fallout fan. I played all the Fallouts except Tactics. I still haven't played Tactics. Kind of lost me on 76 though. I enjoyed 76 when it came out. I wasn't one of those guys that they made it online. No, I'm not gonna play this. I actually played it quite a bit, but I played it as if it was a solo game. I hardly ever interacted with other players running around. I was just trying to figure out all the lore and run the main plot. My biggest problem that I had that is also my complaint about Fallout 4. Fallout 4 actually especially is the lack of the choices that they force on you. Very simple. You look at Fallout 4. So you go and walk around, you befriend Harvey, you become the general of the Minutemen. Here you're helping all these settlements. All these settlements are suddenly thriving. You're cleaning up the whole wasteland and creating the next level civilization. And all of a sudden, I'm allowed to do spoilers, right? I think the game's been out long enough that I can do spoilers. At some point, you get to the Institute and you find out that your son is actually now older than you are and turns out to be the leader of the Institute. And he basically says, the wasteland is a lost cause. Nobody's ever going to do anything. And you get to make a choice. You either kill the guy, which is an immoral choice, or you side with the guy and you destroy the wasteland because the Institute is the only way forward, which is also an immoral choice. You've, at this point in the game, proven that you can make the wasteland a livable place. You have all these settlements. You've defeated most of the raiders. You have proven the Institute wrong. And then you have dealing with the institute. There are supposedly just filled with scientists who supposedly are the smart ones around. And they cannot see that you have actually succeeded in the thing that they say cannot be done. And you don't have a choice to convince father that he's wrong and that he should change his mind. And then I went like, that doesn't work for me. I had played Fallout 4 up to that point and really enjoyed it, and I stopped playing it at that point in time. I just went like, I don't want to make this choice. I just don't. The choice that I want to make is not in this game. The same dilemma, by the way, ruined The Last of Us 2 for me as well. You know, I loved The Last of Us 2. Thought it was really well done, very risky. But the ending being forced to be in control of a character that does not allow you to make the moral choice, the choice that you as the player would make after all that has happened, playing both the storyline of Ellie and the storyline of what's the other character, the main character that everybody hates because she killed Joel. And you get to that end, and then they have that final fight after they make up. And at that point in time, me as the player wants to say, they've both learned their lesson. This is over. And you're forced to make Ellie not heed that advice. And I'm sort of going like, that ending just ruins the whole game. And that's Abby. That was it, yeah. And yeah, that I think that's a real shame. After such a incredibly strong story to follow. A difficult one, because that's the other problem that I have, is when you play through The Last of Us 1, which is probably one of my favorite games, you know that Joel is a flawed person. You know that what has happened, you know, everything that you went through playing him, from losing his daughter to bonding with Ellie to, you know, to completing the quest, to finding the Fireflies, and then finding out they're going to kill Ellie for, well, I wouldn't say the right reasons, but I can understand the dilemma and the choice that they make. But for him at that point in time to say, I'm going to do the wrong thing for the world, I'm going to do the right thing for me and for Ellie, I'm going to take Ellie out of here. That is a choice that I, as the player, can understand and can relate to. Me as a father, I would probably make the exact same choice Joel made, fully knowing that it's in a way an immoral choice, but it was an immoral situation to be in anyway. So that whole journey building up to that ending made that game for me one of the most perfect gaming experiences that I've had as far as story gaming is concerned. Now, when you're playing The Last of Us 2, you know, the ending ruined it for me. But the other thing is, when you're playing through the first half of the game as Ellie, Ellie is actually the bad guy in this story. And the ending actually solidifies that, instead of the ending being a story of redemption where she figures out, like, okay, I went on this killing spree to avenge Joel. I'm now actually no better than the raiders and the bad guys I've been fighting all this time. And it's actually Abby's crowd, who may have had all the wrong reasons to go after Joel, which was their wrong choice. But, you know, they've created a society for themselves. So, yeah. How do we, in heaven's name, get onto the topic of talking about The Last of Us? Okay, so now the rooms are 6x6 size, so I'm going to take the center of the room. I think if I just divide those by 6, I get all right, can I do that? Is that safe enough? I don't know. Let's try it. So I'm actually going to do two. Count dot transform dot origin dot x divided by 6. No, divided by 12. Our cell size was 12. Does round to whole numbers? We'll see. I probably don't need the round, but I'm just being safe. Okay. Oh, that's what I did wrong. Okay. I'm actually going to make that a func. Add entry. Boom. Because we're going to be needing that code multiple times. So let's go change this to room. Change that to room. And again, I'm not sure if I actually need to save that in there, but for now I will. Okay, so this can now just become add entry. Okay, just for fun, can I just print the dictionary to see what it put in there? See if it puts that in. Okay, let's go and oh, nope, no, this should be giving me children. Okay, step into child. That is indeed going in here. Okay, that's 11. Oh, because I'm not adding that to my maze. That's why. Probably need to restart it before it listens to that, don't I? Does this actually work? Oh. Okay, that's probably because I added that line of code before I ran it. There we go. So we have at 0, 0, we have our spatial node, and we have bool set to 0. Perfect. I haven't really looked at the GPL. I ignored GPL pretty much. I don't like GPL as a license. So I can't remember who made Freelancer. That was like a clone of Starlancer, wasn't it? Like just a like Wing Commander type games, Elite type games. Yeah, I was a big Sierra Games fan as well. Played through all the King's Quests, all the Space Quests. I was as a teenage kid, I was a big Sierra fanboy. Then again, it helped that my father was a big Sierra fan as well. So we just had about every game that they ever made. I even ran around in Sierra t-shirts back in the day. Well, Captain Tay, that even goes for Godot, right? Everybody can sell games made with Godot, they're completely free about it. Anybody can change the source code to their heart's content. If you go and make a product called Godot, it's a game engine, then that's I think the only line that we ever draw. So because it hurts reputation, right? So everything else we really don't care about. And I think the only other thing with the MIT license, which is why I use MIT as well, is that you do need to give you have to at least, if you use the source code as is, you have to at least make notice of that. So that you can't claim that you've done it all yourself. You are using someone else's work, which I think, you know, I would do anyway. That's the thing that I don't get. You know, it's like what I'm doing here, where I'm using you know, this art pack by Kay, right? So I'm using her art pack. She's releasing that on the CC0, right? If I make this game, you know, right now it's just a plaything, but if I turn this into a complete game and I would sell it, I'm under no obligation to even let people know that she made some of the artwork that I'm using. I would still do it. I don't, you know, I just don't get why wouldn't you at least recognize that you are using assets, that you are using code, that you are using work that someone else put their hard work and time in. And you know, why wouldn't you? I just don't get it. You know, it's weird. Yeah, Wing Commander was by Origin. Now it's a Star Lancer that was Microsoft, I think. Maybe they also made Freelancer. But I think could have been actually. I think Freelancer was the follow-up to Star Lancer. So that's very possible. I don't think you start a holy war or anything like that. You know, everybody has their own opinion about, you know, about licenses. You know, I don't like GPL for the reason that, when you use GPL software and you enhance it or you add stuff, you are automatically obligated to stay under that license, and I think that's wrong. You know, if it's like Godot, you know, if Godot would be GPL, then you could never sell a Godot game. And what's the point, right? People need to make bread. You know, they need to make money. They need to put food on the table. That Godot is an open source engine, MIT license, and that, you know, all things being equal, you basically work on the engine for free. You know, okay, so people like John get paid through contributions. I now get paid because Facebook made a donation. You know, those things are part of the ecosystem of open source. You know, the way that people get paid when they're a part of an open source project is either because they build something with it that they can sell. So someone makes a game with Godot, sells the game, uses, you know, has therefore no problem spending some of his time adding, you know, features to Godot, being a part of that community. Because again, the whole way up is, do I build the 10% that I need and I can use the 90% for free, or do I build the 100% myself and I spend all that time? So you give back to the project, and the thing that you get back for it is that you end up with a game engine with which you can make your game and you can make money with that game. That's the whole ecosystem of open source. Whether you're on, you know, working on Postgres, whether you're working on Linux, whether you're working on Godot, whether you're working on Blender, you know, it's about the product itself being free, but what you do with it, the services that you build around them, you make yourself attractive to be hireable in one way, shape, or form. And we have to. That's the society that we live in. You know, I'd love to live in a society where money wasn't a factor, where, you know, everybody could eat and live and didn't need to work for it. So all that you did was things that you're passionate about. That would be utopia, but I don't think that's possible. So But in the end, everybody needs to decide for themselves what they think is right for them. And if that's GPL, or if that's being only part of closed source software, or if that is any other form of, that's your choice. Everybody has the freedom to write software the way they see fit, and to put that software in the market the way that they see fit. The fact that, not everybody wants to do things open source, or not everybody wants to go the other way. That's life. I don't get why people have fights about that. You have an opinion, you decide what you want to do, and that's what you do. Let someone else make a different decision than you do. The world would be a boring place if we were all exactly the same and making the same decisions. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah, I'm a firm believer of that, Lilybyte. I firmly believe that when we're looking at where we're going, production becomes zero cost at some point in time. We're not there yet, but we're getting closer and closer. That you get to a point. Right now, this is the weird thing about society, right? You get the Industrial Revolution. We suddenly figure out how to mass produce things. All of a sudden, everybody has work in industries. People start to demand better and better living conditions because they now have access to wealth. So at some point, we get to a point where you create a middle class. People have money. People do these sort of jobs, and the manufacturers at some point say, "Oh, but now it costs a lot more money to manufacture things, so we're going to find other ways to manufacture that is cheaper." Automation is what we started with, and then initially in the early days of automation actually wasn't that much of a cost saver in many cases. In many cases it was. You look at car factories, for instance, 90% is all robots. Or, we move to manual labor in cheap countries who then get lifted up and eventually aren't cheap anymore. And then it moves to another country that becomes cheaper. Which I think is just exploitation of, you're using the fact that there are people who are poor so that you don't have to pay someone more money. And, sit on a golden toilet seat like Mr. Trump did. Just doesn't seem right to me. But that's the world that we've created. In the end, though, we're now moving to a point where we're starting to get technologies like 3D printing, which is in its infancy. But at some point in time, you're going to get to a point where any product you want to make, you don't need human hands to make it. As long as you have the manufacturing equipment and you have the materials, you can make it. And even, if you really look at the far, far future and you think of Star Trek and that sort of stuff, and you think of the technology behind, the fictional replicator, if we can ever make that work, transform one form of matter into another form of matter, and hey, presto, there's your product. Then nothing will have value. At least not in the sense that we currently value things. And we can either let that destroy our civilization, or, like you said, you can create a civilization where you realize that our worth of living isn't depending on the produce that we make, because there no longer is a need for humans to produce. The only thing that we produce at that point in time is art, is things that are intellectual. Whether we'll ever get there or whether we will destroy our society before we get there, I don't know. I'm a game developer. I'm not much of a philosophist. I am a big fan of science fiction, and I'm a big fan of hardcore science fiction. So maybe that has something to do with those things. Okay, we now have the situation where our maze detects our beginning room. So now what we want to do is whenever one of our characters enters a room, we want to use that as a trigger to say, okay, now we're going to go and find out if we have any rooms around it and start putting rooms there. All right. Bailey, I don't know if you watch Star Trek, but Discovery, you can love it or you can hate it. I'm still on the fence of the last series of Discovery. It had some really good moments and it had some really, really bad moments. But there is a part where can't remember the guy's name. The guy who leads Starfleet now. He is negotiating with the lady from the Orion Syndicate, who's the main bad guy in season 3. And she's eating replicated food, and he's mentioning how they are reconstituting or recycling waste. So they are dematerializing waste and then using that as the source of, you know, what replicators make stuff with. So basically, you're eating people's waste, and he makes a joke about that. And she does not want to eat the cookies anymore. Well, Captain Tates, I get that, you know, and that is definitely a part of what is interesting about open source. For me, that's not a reason to use open source. You know, I chose to use Godot as an open source engine because I needed I needed something open in order to do the things that I wanted to do, because I wanted to extend the engine with VR support. And you know, the whole dynamic that I was talking about the fact that, you know, if you become successful at something like that and you become a part of that crew, or you start, you know, if I would have gone a different direction, I would eventually started making VR games and hopefully make money out of making VR games, and that would be the way that I put bread on the table as payment for, you know, well, I wouldn't say as payment, because I'm still doing this mostly for fun, and I'm just lucky that I can now, you know, I now get paid to do my hobby, basically. Which is really cool. But I don't subscribe to the idea that I need to know every line of code of every bit of software that I use, or, you know, that somehow the fact that I can't see how someone puts software together. Now, I go to a restaurant to eat food. I've got no freaking idea how the cook makes that food so delicious. I'm a horrible cook, and I never will be a good cook. I don't care. I trust that this guy has learned his trade, is really good at his trade, and is going to make food that is going to that I'm going to enjoy eating instead of food that makes me sick. And I'm lucky enough to live in a country where there is quality control to make sure that, indeed, restaurants can't sell junk. And that's the same with any other product I use. I don't have a clue. You know, I'm a bit of a hobbyist mechanic, but I don't have a clue on how to build a car, how to design a proper car. I trust the car manufacturers to do a good job, especially, again, because I know that I live in a country where I have a government who has laws and institutions that check that these companies actually build safe cars before the cars are allowed on the market. That is their proprietary product, that I can't just see every little secret of that car. I don't care. I don't need that, you know. So yeah, I am. I'm not too worried about those things. And yes, indeed, software. That's something that you're absolutely right about. You know, and again, that's with every industry as well. There was a time when we didn't have um, institutions that would check restaurants whether right now it's like a restaurant here in Sydney that got near where I live that just got closed because the Australian version of the Food and whatever authority found out that they weren't cleaning the place very well, and it was a health hazard, so they closed the place down. That's something that now happens. Go back 100 years, that didn't happen. You walked into the wrong establishment, and you could probably walk out with food poisoning. And the same with cars. We fought long and hard before there were laws that ensured that we would have cars that were relatively safe to drive. You know, and that's also a society problem, right? For the longest time, people didn't care about whether cars were safe. They wanted cars with big engines that made lots of noise and that looked cool. Until too many people started dying on the roads and people started wising up and saying, you know what? When I'm going out buying a car, I'm going to buy the car that has a reputation of being safe, not the car that's a reputation of being cool. So there had to be a mindset of the population before law started catching up and making sure that those things were enforced. Because if there's one thing that we've learned in every industry is that if you don't have that sort of checks, the charlatans come out and people will sell you junk. And yeah, you know that you have some who then believe, but it's your due diligence to figure out whether you're buying a good product. But again, I don't know the single thing about what makes a good car. How do I design a good car? How can I, when I walk into a showroom, how can I decide that that car is safe? I can decide that because I know that there are institutions that do those sort of checks. Software indeed lacks that. So software is the old version of I need to judge myself whether something is safe or not. And we are exceedingly bad at it. And I think that's also a problem why we don't have good laws around that, is because the people who make laws, the politicians, haven't got a freaking clue about how computers work. Here in Australia, you can really see that. When you look at the latest laws that are being written to try and deal with a real problem that exists, the cure is worse than the disease. And that's not going to change until people wise up. And even in business as well, right? It's one of the things that annoyed me to no end in the business that I was in. Because dealing with accountancy and dealing with financial systems, dealing with the fact that this world is a very dangerous place when it comes to financial transactions. And hearing some of the pretty freaking easy ways that criminals can actually, work in those environments. And at the same time, hearing from every client, every prospect, that they did not want to use your system because it wasn't easy enough to access. We introduced two-factor authentication in our application way before a lot of our competitors did. And our clients wanted to move away to our competitors because they didn't have this draconian way of logging in. The fact that they have their entire financial information stored in our systems and are putting themselves at incredible risk, they didn't see that because they had never suffered the consequences of a major data breach. So they just found that an annoyance that we took security seriously. And, I don't have an answer there. I think society needs to have a big wake-up call and find out that the internet is a dangerous place and software is a dangerous line of business, which is also one of the reasons I'm so glad that I'm now working in games, because except for some of the online sort of games that they're around, I don't really have to deal with that too much anymore. I can concentrate on creating things that entertain people and put a smile on people's face, and that's much more rewarding than dealing with people who want to argue for the fact that they want everything accessible online as easy as possible, preferably without any passwords, and don't see any dangers in how they put themselves in harm's way. I am never going to catch up with all of the discussions on on chat, and at this rate, I'm also never going to finish any of what I'm doing right now. Let's give it half an hour more, and then I think we're going to do the rest of this next week. All right, so the plan right now is when a character enters a room, we're going to check all the rooms around the current room that they're entering. And any room that we're missing, we're going to random generate a new room into. So we need to make that mechanism. Now, the nice thing, and that's something that why I wanted to see my Hello Mage here. Because at the startup, our mage is in our first room. We're actually getting the signal, hey, someone's entered this room. Which means that we don't need to make an exception that we need to do something special at startup. Our mage is entering our room. That is going to kick off the logic that is now going to check the cells around our room and populate them. And after it's completed that, fine. We can start moving around with our mage, and when our mage enters another room, again, the moment he enters that room, it's going to run that check. All right. So, in our character, no, our character is going to be the trigger point. So in our room, on our area, we are, why does it not redraw that? We have our body entered, which does that. Okay, on body entered, hello. So here we're actually going to go and send out a signal to whoever wants to listen to this. And we're going to say character entered room. I like full names. So we're going to emit a signal, character entered room, boom. We now know that someone has entered this room. Which means that on our maze, when we add an entry, we can also say connect character entered room. Oh, that obviously needs to be on our room. Boom. This, and we're gonna add a function here, and that function is going to be oh, we need to, we want to go and it's self in here, isn't it? So this needs to be self as well. See, this is what you get if you work in C++ the whole day. Captain Tate, it gets worse. Here in Australia, they have been trying to pass the law. First of all, if the government agencies find vulnerabilities in systems, instead of alerting those systems, you've got a vulnerability, you know, the population is at risk here, you should fix it, which I expect the government to do, because the government, the whole point of, you know, of me voting for politicians is so that they have my best interests in mind, and my best interests in mind are served if people who write software, especially software that I use, especially online systems that I use, like banking systems, when they have a security vulnerability, that gets fixed. So if a government who is in service of me, who I have voted for, if a government agency finds such a fault, I expect them to do something about it. No, here in Australia, they are going to say, is that an interesting vulnerability for us? And the moment that they say yes, they can make it a state secret, and anybody spreading that secret and telling people about that vulnerability can actually get sued by our government. And they even tried to pass a law last year that if they wanted to actually introduce a vulnerability, or they wanted to introduce a way to enter systems. If they would have approached me as a lead developer for my company, they wanted to make it so that they could tell me to build that vulnerability in. I would not be allowed to even tell my boss I put a vulnerability into the software that I am employed to build. And I would go to jail if I would not listen to that. As a software developer, I find that incredibly insane. Now, as far as I'm aware, those laws were never passed. But the fact that we have politicians who think that that is a good idea, who are so blinded by the fact that they are, I don't know, fighting terrorism or something like that. I don't know what the hell they're thinking that they are combating. That they can't see that what they are doing is far more dangerous than what they're trying to, than the good they are trying to do. It is sickening. So yeah, I don't have a very high opinion of most politicians in Australia when it comes to IT. They just don't know. And the few who do, there have been a few who have, they just get sidelined like crazy, which is really sad. So yeah, don't get me started about the shit that they do here in Australia when it comes to IT. It is just, those guys are insane, absolutely insane. They just don't know. This is going to be, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to just call that the same. Character, entered, room. All right. Can I not just copy that? Boom. Oops. Why did I do that? All right. So. Let's see if that works. And of course, my app was still running. That was good. All right, perfect. All right, so we now know that we're entering that room. All right. Now, I want to go and figure out what the position of this room is. Let's define our 4 sides. Yeah. All right. So we're going to figure out for every side that we want to create something. That also reminds me, we actually, in our ready function, we need to go and create an array of our rooms. So I've never done this with there we go. Okay. So we're going to load all these rooms into an array. All right, so just define an empty array for that. Okay. So Why do I always type door instead of deer? So... Alright, so this needs to be res scenes rooms. Okay. Okay. There. Let's begin. Don't we need to do a deer empty? Or end? Alright. Alright. Next. Oops. Wow. File name. Is it like that? Yep. It is not a directory. Print file name. Let's just have a look if it finds everything. File name. All right. Looks good to me. Let's see if it does something. Cool. Sweet. Okay. Are we having a big discussion whether whether Windows is better than Linux? All right. Let's go back to normal menus. So, all right. You know what? I'm just gonna do it like this. Pass. We don't care about deers. Dots. No, file name. Dots. Ends with TCN. Pass. Okay. Captain Tates, I hold my hand up. Let's discuss some D&D practices. Probably more on topic as well. This whole discussion is going in a really weird direction if I if I see it right. Oh, YouTube is complaining about me being too silent because the audio bit rate is 0. So I'm hoping that's not a problem with the stream. I think that is because I wasn't talking for a minute. Maybe I should have some music running in the background next time. So I want to skip that one. All right. Let's see if we now only get the files that we're actually after. Oh, yeah, that's not gonna work. Here are two. Keep making the same mistake. How good is that? All right. So now we just have the files that we want. Cool. So yeah. Copy, paste. All right. So there's our room. Okay. Now the problem that I have is I don't think I can read out properties of a scene like this. Can I? Let's have a look. Load. So load gives us a resource. Can I see? Is it actually instantiating the room right away? It might. Yeah, because we need to call instance on it to get an instance for it. So this would create a packed scene, I think. Yeah, because we can instance it here. Let's get state do. See state. Um, let's just store it in there so that we can instantiate it. Let's just make sure that we add this to room types entry. Didn't need that one. Okay. So another thing that I want to do, and I don't really want to create an instance of this room just to get to the walls and then destroy the instance. That seems wasteful. So the thing that I'm wondering about, I'm just going to put a breakpoint here. Let's go and investigate that room variable that we're getting here. We can't actually investigate that one. That sucks. Okay, so it's a packed scene. That's good. Bundle, dictionary size. Doesn't tell us anything more than that. Okay, so, but we now know it is a packed scene. Okay, packed scene. All right. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm just gonna make a note here that I want to go figure out what walls this room has. Reminds me, we also want to have no. I need to think about that one. Come on, there has to be a way that we can read that. So scene state is room dots get states. Let's just see if there's anything in here that we can use. I just want to see if we can read out our default property value. We might just need to instantiate it. We might not have a choice. Scene state doesn't tell us anything. It's only something that we can interact with. Okay. Well, you know what? We need to find a less wasteful way of doing this. Bar temp is room.instance. There we go. And then we're going to say entry walls is temp dot walls. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Print room types. Okay, let's hope that it doesn't print out the whole scene, just that it exists. Exactly. There we go. We have our walls in there. Perfect. All right. Cool. All right. Oops. Why did I type in size? Side plots. Okay, so we're gonna see if we have a scene on each side. All right, cool. All right, so now we're gonna check if maze we have, yep, side bus. So let's go and see if we have an entry there. And we actually need to say if we don't have an entry, okay, we have to create one. Okay. So this is a bit that we need to write that I'm not going to do just yet. Need to check each side to see if we have a tile there with a wall. To filter room types to that fits. All right. But for now, we're just going to assume that we have them all, because that's the logic that we still need to build. But I just want to get the basics working. Random pick one is okay. Okay. That is going to work. We're just going to say rooms that fits dot size. Cool. All right. Oops. Our new room is going to be rooms that fit index room scene, I think that was called. Yep. Dot instance. Then we're going to do add child new room. And finally, we're going to do add entry. Oh. Sweet. And let's go. And I don't care about you anymore. After that's done, we're going to print our new state. So in theory, we should now get 4 new rooms, a room at every side. Oh, but they're all going to be on top of each other because I don't place them yet. And we got into a never-ending loop. That's really interesting. So first of all, we need a breakpoint here. All right. And the second thing that we need to do is new room dot transform dot origin is sidebus. You have to position it in the right place. And that needs to be times 12. All right. Now here's a really interesting thing that I learned the other day that I didn't know about. But that's really interesting. Is if you add a new node and then you move it, you actually waste a whole bunch of performance depending on what's in that scene. Because the moment that you add your child, it enters the tree and it runs all the enter tree logic. And that's especially important if there's, for instance, physics objects in your scene. Because what happens in your enter tree is that all your physics objects get added to the physics engine. And your physics engine is going to use, run all the logic to it keeps like a binary space partition tree or something similar like that. So it's keeping a tree of where objects are so that it can much more quickly figure out which objects are close to each other and test them. So it's doing that. And if you first add everything before you give it a position, everything is going to be added at position 0. So everything is going to be initially added to that data structure as if it's in the center position. And then it gets moved into its real position. It has to run that logic again. And the more objects you enter into your scene, the worse that gets. So, yeah, it is very smart to first set your transform before you add it to your scene. Now, in this case, we don't really have any objects that will cause a problem like that. But, yeah, it's interesting. All right. So it should now position it correctly. Let's just... Oh, and that's why this went into a never-ending loop, because as we were adding rooms, they were detecting that our mage was in our room, and it was creating more and more and more things. All right. So I'm actually going to just see... Okay, how far does it get? Value of... Okay, that makes perfect sense. So, vector... 3 dot x side was y times 12. There we go. Okay. Can we continue after checking that? I don't really think that works. So let's try it again. There we go. We've got... oh, we can't move yet. That's a bit of a shame. All right. So... And we can now see that we have... Oh, we only have 3 entries here. That's interesting. Where are our other 2 entries? Because I saw all the rooms here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So... Why am I not seeing all 5 new rooms in our maze? Okay. Print no room at far. Ah, because that needs to be on the Z. And I think that that's also going to go wrong here. That should also be Z. There we go. And now we have 5 nodes in our room thing. Okay. So I think we need to make something simple for our character to move. And at this point in time, I'm going to keep it really, really simple. This needs to be completely different. So all that we're going to be doing here is direction vector 3 if is input is action pressed left direction is vector 3. I could be putting these the wrong way around, but we'll see that quickly enough. Oops. Up. Because eventually I actually want to have this be a click and point type of interface. Yeah. Let's see if we can move our character around now. That won't work because I actually need to move our character. And again, we don't have any okay. So what I'm just going to do for now is why does it do that? Transform dot origin direction times delta. So that allows us to move our character, hopefully, just very slowly. Left is left, right is right, but up and down are the same. Let's make him move a bit faster. Again, I want that movement code to be completely different, but up and down is reversed. There we go. So we now do get that as we move around, it's just adding new things. Now I can't go through every wall because we're not checking that yet. But the thing that we have right now is that we can have walls that don't actually fit. You can see that, for instance, over here where the wall is not set on one side, but it is set on the other. All right, we're going to stop printing the walls. Man, I'm having too much fun. I don't really want to stop, but it's already 2. I really need to stop, so good. Guys, I really do need to call it an end to this pretty quick. I think what I just really want to do... Okay, so can we make something very quick to figure this out? All right. So we're going to do... have walls. Okay. So we need to figure out a tile that has walls at certain sides. So that's going to be 0. Oh. Then we're going to do for side in sides. So we're going to again check plus side plus side. We're going to go again, check all 4 corners. Check side. And we need to see what walls are there. All right. Now we actually need to think, is our array correct with how we made our thing? So let's go to our room here. And let's go and go to 7. So we've said that this one is left. So let's go and create a new object. Mesh instance. There we go. Actually, it's good enough that we can see this. So if we move that guy left, we're going negative. Okay. So that means that actually needs to be 1. Right needs to be done. So the other thing that we need to double check is go into room. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so yeah. So now top. So top is in this direction. Top is negative as well, okay? Top is negative as well. So top is that one, and bottom was the last one, I think. Let's see if that's correct. Yeah, bottom is the last one. So they are now in the correct direction. All right. So. Okay. All right. That's just wall index. Okay. So now we need to do the reverse checks. That's the funny thing about it. So for reverse wall array. Okay, so if we're checking our side on the left, we need to see if that one has a right wall. So right was 4. That one's going to be 8. And left is going to be 1. And that's going to be 2. All right. All right. Okay. If all right. if maze has checkbox. So if we have a entry in our maze on that side, so we're checking for the new cell that we're making, and now we're checking to the left of that cell. And you're probably looking at my hand on the right. My camera is probably reversed, but I'm checking on the left of this cell that I'm creating, and I want to see if there is a cell there, if there is an object there. If there isn't, there won't be a wall yet because I haven't created something, so I don't care. But if there is, I need to check if that one has a right side wall. So we can simply say have walls is have walls plus. Now we need to say maze check pos walls, because we cached the walls that we had. And what's a bitwise and in okay, just an and. Okay. I think that needs to be and ref wall. Yeah. That should filter them out. So let's say that our left is 1 and right, which is 4. If both of those are there, then our wall value is 5. Now by ANDing that with 4, if there is a wall there, this will actually return 4. Okay, and that actually means that we need to yeah, so here we're going to do if not equal than 0. One, 2, 4, 8. I could do do we have a to the power thing? Really? I don't get help tips. Oh, because I've got an error in there, don't I? Yep, perfect. That actually needs to be int. 2 to the power of bi. Boom. Okay, there we go. All right. All right. So we're going to start with an empty array here, and we're just going to loop through all our room types. And here we're going to see if room type, oh, it needs to be if room type, walls. And we're going to again do and have walls. But this time it needs to be equal to have walls. So now if this room type has the walls that we require because there are walls on our sides, and we add that, it has to match exactly that value. And if that's so, we can use this room. Oh, and that's going to be, oh, we're going to add that to our array. So now our rooms that fit will only be filled with rooms that actually work. So our first time around, we don't have anything, so we can create things. Okay, so I actually think that I did that the wrong way around. Because I actually want the ones. I want to know where there's openings. I did this the wrong way around. Because I actually want the ones that have openings. I should have done it the other way. I should have done the tick boxes where we have doorways, where we have openings. think. Because that's the problem, is we actually need to do this exactly the opposite way. Okay. Okay. It is what it is. Not really doorways. Open. All right, that means that we need to redo all these and make them the other way around. But it is what it is. I think doing it the right way around is good. Let's actually go and call that open sides. I think that's even better. Open sides. Here we go. All right. Hold on, let me go on to 7. So this is top, right, bottom is open. Okay. Left, right, bottom is open. Right, bottom is open. Left, top, bottom is open. Top and bottom is open. Left and bottom is open. Bailey, I have my hands full just doing Godot stuff. I am not a modeler. I'm not gonna tackle Python in Blender. Not my area of expertise, I'm sorry. Top, right. Oh, wrong 7. Wrong keyword. All right, it's just on the right. Left top. Just top. Just the left. Okay, so hopefully we've done that right on all of these. Just the top, left top, right, left right, top right, left top and right, bottom, left and bottom, top, bottom. Yep. Left, right, bottom, yeah. Left, right, bottom, top, right, bottom, and all. Okay. So, all right. Okay. Open sides. That's not what I called it, wasn't it? Yeah. All right. This is going to be fun trying to find them all. Actually, this is going to be called need open sides. Okay. Need to check each side to see if we have a tile where there is, where side to see if we have a tile with a There we go. Let's see if that actually works. Okay, so we have open sides on all sides. So if we go here, that now indeed has a wall. That stays open. That side had a wall, so the one on there has a wall. Very good. So with this one, we are now expecting a wall on that side. That's already there, and we're expecting an opening on that side. And there we can see that also expects an opening there. That one had a closure, so that one's now got an opening over there. All right. Here we now created a dead end. This one's wrong. That's interesting. That one went wrong for some reason. Which most likely means that we did get a mistake in one of the values. Or we're doing something wrong here still. That's a shame, because it really looked like I was doing everything pretty damn good so far. Oh, is it doing... Oh, that's the other fun thing about this technique that we're doing here. Yeah, there's definitely one tile that has a wrong thing somewhere. Is that a starter tile that's going wrong? Maybe I didn't save that one. So obviously, you know, I don't have any thing to stop our character from going through a tile that we have a wall. But our maze gets generated as we walk through our maze. It just does make a few mistakes here and there. So I need to find out why. Um, 4812, is that indeed correct? I think so. No. Yeah, Blender is definitely doing some really cool stuff. But I am not a modeler. Now, Michael, who was on here a little while ago, he does a bunch of really cool Blender tutorials. So ask him what he's doing. Okay, so need open sides. I'll check if that matches all, so that we have something that has all the open sides where we expect. All right, I am just going to double check if we actually got all our rooms set up correctly. So here we have open sides on all sides. That's cool. Top, right, bottom. Left, right, bottom. Right, bottom. Left, top, bottom. bottom. Left, bottom. Just the bottom. Left, top, right. Top, right, yeah. Left, right. Right. Left, top. Top. Left. Okay. So that all looks good. All right. So let's try something else to help us with this. Okay. Let me have a look. Let me have a think. Okay. All right. Is this my main room? Yes, this is our main room. Okay. Okay. Cube. I'll move this over there. I think I want that thing to have a different color. You know what? I'm going to give them all... Oh, ah! That's not what I wanted. I'm going to give them all a different color. This one's going to be red. Okay. Now the other thing, I actually want this to be higher. For... Oops. I want you to be higher. 4. There we go. And let's move that over here. -4. There we go. All right. So. No. Spatial material. Let's make this guy blue. There we go. Let's make you green. There we go. And that's going to be right. Now the last one. Pink or purple. Bottom. And let's hide them all. Okay. So in the real, okay. All right. So let's go back to our scripts maze. So the reason I wanted to do that is I actually want to visualize what we're making as a decision for the other rooms. So here we're adding our room. Cool. So what I want to do now in our new room, if need open sides, if we had that one set, we're gonna do new room dot get node left visible is true. Two, two, three, three, four, four. No. Bitwise operators bass. 4, 4, 8. This way, hopefully, we will see if we're actually calculating these correctly. All right. And that's correct, because right now, we don't have any things there. So we don't care about the other sides. We only care that the sides matching where we are have a thing. Okay, so if I go into this one, we get to see that we're checking that one and that one. So far, so good. We go that one. We indeed had this and this wall. So that's indeed created. Now, interestingly enough, we don't see anything on some of these other walls. Why? It's like it's not checking for each side. That's weird. Okay, what are we doing here? Hold on. So we're entering this room. Now we're checking to each side of this room. Okay. I have a feeling that there is something wrong with this one then. Check this. All right. I think that's where our problem lies. I think we're not actually checking everything. So we get our room at there. We're checking all the rooms. Very good. There, checking all the rooms. There, checking all the rooms. Okay. Boom. Animates. We're checking. Because here we can already see that that one didn't get any blobby things. So we just went into this room. And it added that one, and that one. But why are we not seeing our blocks except for that? Think. Okay. So, boom. Okay, no room at -2. What are we checking here? -1. Result is 0. See, the result is 0. That's this one, and we're not finding anything, but we're supposed to find the room that we just entered. The thing that I'm worried about is that maybe our dictionary just doesn't. Let's see. All right. So no room at minus, that one. Okay. We're checking all the sides. Our result is 4 because this guy has a room. Cool. Add 2 names. We are not reporting the position of this thing. Actually want to only report on the ones where we actually have things. So we're checking no room at -1 there. So we're checking 0, 0 because that's the only one that we have. 4. We're adding -1, 0. Boom. Okay. Now we're moving into this one. Boom. Checking -1, 0. Result is 0. So why is this one not working? All right. Six. Okay. So I think we need to check both. We need to check where we have walls, and we need to check where we don't have walls. Okay, that makes sense. In that respect, it is really then overdone that we okay. Need walls. So we kind of need both of them. Okay, do we have a binary not? not. So bit negate. Okay, cool. Seeing that we're going to be using that for both, makes sense to just do that. There we go. So we invert that, and that gives us the ability to say need walls. Very good. And here I'm going to do the same thing. OS. Oops. And then OS is not OS. There we go. So if they have open sides where we need open sides, and if they have walls where we need walls, then we add it in. So the only places where we don't care where there is a wall or no wall is where we don't already have a tile. So let's see if we've got it right this time. All right, that looks promising so far. All right. Oh, we're creating dead ends. That's pretty cool. And of course, the more tiles we'll eventually end up having, or tile types, the less likely we are to run into that sort of a problem. That we eventually, can't go anywhere anymore. We can just keep on going and keep on going, and our maze just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. The other thing which I don't really like is that the open side of those walls we can see through. Oh, see, I'm on a dead end again. Something that we probably also want to do at some point is if we are too far away, we start hiding rooms. Although it's not really having much problems with it, so... Do we still have any passageways left, or have we created dead ends for ourselves everywhere? I think we've created pretty much dead ends for ourselves everywhere. Oh, here we go. We still have some space left. Still explore. I actually realized that we do need some places where we've got everything filled in. But I'm actually pretty glad that we still have places to go. We haven't run into a situation where there's nowhere left to go in our maze. Maybe we have now finally closed the maze. Oh no, I can still see an opening. There we go. Okay, that's now all filled in. All right, create a dead end for ourselves now here. Okay. We might have just created a fully enclosed maze now. Oh no, we still got some pathways to go over here. Ha. It's pretty cool, actually. All right, I want to get rid of our crazy little things here. There we go. I also want to get rid of them over here. Don't need those guys anymore. All right. That is actually pretty decent. I actually got further than I thought I would today. Obviously now the challenge is to oh, sure, my computer was in there. The challenge now is going to be to have more tile types, more rooms, to create more variation in here, because this will end up getting boring really quick. I think also that one of the things that's really important, and I'm not quite sure how I would do it, is to make sure that there are no open ends, so that stuff like this actually gets resolved, because we might want to have different wall types on the other side. I'm not sure about that yet. The other thing, of course, is that, and I'm wondering if this should be part of a tile type or if this should be random generated, but we might want to have some stuff decorating all the rooms and have some variation in that. But I would actually be pretty happy if yeah, if that's just fixed in the tiles that we use. So I think that that is a pretty good start. It is nearly 3. I can't believe that we went through this long. I'm going to call it a night, guys. It's way too late. But that was some great progress. So yeah, we'll see if I do some more with this next week. I'm not sure yet. This was more just an experiment. I wanted to see if I could get some logic like this together. And my idea worked. That was pretty much the important thing. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that, found that useful, found that interesting. I'm gonna leave it there, guys. I am way past my bedtime, so I think I've had enough. Ha! Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching, and see you guys all next week.